Iranian part saying that, and they don't agree with this document that Axios has, published. What is happening right now? What is your understanding? On one part, many people in Iran believe that the war is coming and they're preparing for a major war. On the other hand, you see these sort of negotiation talks that Donald Trump is trying to point out. Your understanding of what's going on? What are we going to see?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's only prudent to prepare for war when the United States has been, reinforcing its depleted position. I think people need to understand that. There's a reason why we're not at war right now. I mean, you know the reason. Iran won. It was the United States that was compelled to seek a ceasefire after the humiliation it suffered outside Isfahan, the recognition that we had no recourse. We were done. We had shot our bolt. There was nothing left. We were unable to prevent Iran from continuing to launch ballistic missiles that were having great effect against the United States and its regional allies. The regime was stronger than ever. We had no ability to impact the Strait of Hormuz. Iran had solid control of this. And we had depleted our arsenal. The long-range strike weapons that we used, standoff weapons, were gone in order to continue to sustain, militarily viable pressure on Iran. We had to put our aircraft in harm's way. And contrary to the overly optimistic pronouncements of Pete Hegseth and others, the Iranian air defense wasn't destroyed. It was alive and well and living, and it shot down American aircraft and damaged others. And, Trump was compelled to acknowledge reality. Now, he acknowledges reality in a way that only Donald Trump can, by being unrealistic. But that's why we sought a ceasefire. For whatever reason, Donald Trump opted not to declare victory and walk away at that time. Instead, he undertook a posture that was designed to create the impression that Iran had lost.
Israel's the reason. All right. Relax, everyone. Relax, everyone. Just trying to sign in and find out how much it's up today. Okay. Up a penny. So you're in for a penny, in for a pound. GTII is seller boxed, down 0.0194, down 97%, I guess, today. But it's at 0.0006, if that matters to you. Fingers down 0.0748 at 89.02. Railtown's up 0.0133. The Dow's up 600. NASDAQ's up 440. S&P up 92. And I guess that's a positive. ZJYL's down 7 cents, 2.29. Railtown's 33 cents. And the bid is 31.9, the ask 32.67. 46,330 shares. So I guess Will Underdown is going to just wait. And, you know, people won't listen to me, but that's fine. Sometimes the deal you miss is the deal you miss. You got to get older and realize that in life there's not that many times. Like for me, if I had not done business with this one gentleman out of Dartmouth, I'd still have my house, for example. Or if I hung on to my silver, which is related to that, you know, it's all in it all gets complicated. Or if I purchased Bitcoin, I studied it for so long, just put 25, 50 grand in it. I had 450 grand to invest. If I just put 1/10 of that in it, that would have changed my life. But there's other stories too. Times I should have sold stock, where I was suddenly flush, and then it, you know, the point is there's not many opportunities in your lifetime to take advantage of what Railtown's about to offer you. But I think Will Underdown should just take his time, and then he can buy it at $2. Because then he'll feel like, oh, I got to buy it. Obviously, HD Miko has enough. He's rich already. He has enough. But I think he's going to regret it, only having 40,000 shares or 20 or whatever it is. But anyway, people make their decisions. There's many of you out there. Those are two people I know what they're doing. There's many of you maybe sitting on the fence. This morning, I purchased 545 shares of Railtown. Yay! But that was just from a stock in my account that was flat on its butt, and you could never sell it ever. And I had, you know, it's one of these seller stocks, and I had a lot of, I forget the number, but it was a big number, you know. But I basically had $1,000 worth of it, whatever that bought, at a penny or something. But they did I didn't know about it, but all of a sudden I'm looking, wow, they did a huge reverse split. So I had like 500 shares, you know, 500 and some odd shares. So I sold it yesterday. I didn't realize it had gone off. And this morning I bought, you know, it gave me like $170, $179 or something. So I bought 545 shares of Railtown. And I think I basically paid the asking price where it is right now. But what was unique about it, and it's not like I bought any recently, but it's the first time in a year and a half that I've bought that. Where going in at the ask, they actually filled me at the ask. They didn't fill me below it. So I don't know. I may be overanalyzing it, but I just sense that the counterfeiters are easing up. The mimeograph machine isn't spinning. It's not set on whirl. It's set on, let's not give so many of these out. I don't know. I could be wrong. But take your time. I mean, why feel any urgency? I mean, it'll be, as soon as the news is out there, all of your advantage is gone. Right now, the advantage you have is, you know, a story. To be clear, we know a lot of things that other people could know, but they're just maybe not paying attention, or they know more and they're not allowed to buy. But we're connecting the dots, and we don't have to be correct, nor does the computer that I read you some of the answers yesterday. It doesn't have to be correct, but we got a pretty good idea. And, you know all you need to know. But if you want to take time, I don't know why, take time. But don't. I won't be as interested in the story if you say, well, I could have bought that many shares and, I wish I had, woulda, coulda, shoulda. I won't be that interested. But you'll find somebody that'll listen to the story of what could have been. Railtown, we have 20 million shares, 803,632. 20 million shares, 803,632. It's pretty darn good on your part. Pretty darn good. I want to talk about NextBridge a bit. MMTLP. Many of you invested in MMTLP, and I did too. Lost money. I wish I had purchased MMTLP when a friend of mine was telling me about it at 80 cents, then $1, then $2. And for some reason, I said, it sounds a little sketchy. It's a little, I knew the whole Torchlight story. So I didn't do it. But then in those last, week or two, it turned out it wasn't the last 2 days. I looked. I probably can tell you, I have it here in the notebook. I looked it up, but probably a window of a couple of weeks. I bought the stock all the way up, I think, to $12 or $14, but an average of around $8 a share. So I only got 4,269 shares of MMTLP. If I had purchased that just even a month or so earlier, I'd have 10 or 20,000 shares, maybe more. And I kind of wish that I had done that, but I didn't. You can't change things. Today or yesterday, one of your compatriots, a friend of the community here, the friend of the channel, sent me the red herring, and it says on it, final prospectus. And I have some to show you here, but I'm going to pull it up here so I can read it clearly as we go. But it's NextBridge Hydrocarbons Inc. Dated filed May 5, 2026, the Form S1A, a Nevada corporation. K&L Gates, my brother used to work there. That was Bill Gates's father. This is an approximate date of commencement of the proposed sale to the public as soon as practicable after the effective date of this registration statement. So it's happening, boys and girls. It says final prospectus. Let me show you what it says. And today, this is all I have to show you. I didn't, after last night's marathon, I didn't really, and I've been on the phone all day, so I didn't really have time to prepare new material. But we'll talk about Railtown as well. Maybe go over some of the concepts from last night. Yeah, so here's cap edge. I have a better picture of it there than that one. Here it is. See, it's so hard to read, but you can see it. I put in yellow there, final prospectus. Next, Bridge Hydrocarbons, 40 million shares of common stock. And then if you scroll down to where it's blue, right down here, the offering price is $15. Now that can change, but it's not going to be publicly traded, so it's unlikely to change. The placement fees, I think, are pretty reasonable at 75 cents. And that, so you have proceeds of $14.25, $570 million. The placing agent is Roth Capital Partners. This is a stretch out version of what I just said, so I should have shown you that, but you can see it. 40 million shares, date of the prospectus, May. They expect it to be pretty soon, I guess. I don't remember how long it takes to get approval, but they've been going back and forth. I imagine approval could come fairly quickly. This is the table of contents. And what I always, if you don't have time to read everything, I usually go to the use of proceeds here, management discussion, and you can look at the cash flows and balance sheet, which is irrelevant here. There's nothing. And that's usually, if you're in a rush, those are the two places I go. So here's the summary of the prospectus, another place I go to. And we were incorporated in August of 21 as Oilco and changed the name. And the Oro Grande leases expired December 31, 2024. I haven't spoken with anybody, but I have to imagine that one of the goals of this raise is to go lease that back, unless there's a lawsuit preventing it, and start to prove up the theories they have, because they're raising a lot of money. Something tells me, and I don't know where I got it. I searched my brain and I tried to look it up, but I think they might be up in the Piceance Basin as well. And that's a good place to be. And that's a good place to put money. And they're also in southern Louisiana, but none of that is in this prospectus. And the rest of it's not that interesting to me to read. They have a bunch of subsidiaries. And then this is the offering. That's another good thing to read to see what's being offered, particularly if you're being asked to invest. So the offering is, you can see up top here, the offering is 40 million shares. It takes the number of outstanding shares from the same 264,637,564 seats on the bus or on the airplane or on the train that's always been there. That's what's been available at the transfer agent all this time. And it would increase the shares to 304,637,564. Purchase price of each share is 15. If they sold the maximum, the proceeds are $600 million minus that 75 cents. And then if you see here, I can't point to it, it's a short summary of the use of proceeds. We expect to use the proceeds from the offering to repay certain outstanding indebtedness, provide funding for the repurchase of the outstanding shares of our Series A preferred stock, NextBridges, and fund our drilling and exploration activities, as well as for general corporate purposes, which including funding working capital and operating expenses. That's a short summary. And then the market for the common stock is not listed for trading on any stock exchange or market. I hope it never is until the company's much bigger. But even if it is, Wall Street's going to have a hard time hiding this particular mess they've gotten into. But I hope they don't go public. Let's see, or trade at all. The shares of common stock will not be eligible for electronic transfer through the depository trust company, thank gosh, or any other established clearing corporation. Accordingly, there currently is no public trading market for the common stock, and there is no expectation for a public market to develop. That is excellent. That is excellent. So the devils can't piss away your hard-earned money and assets by all the crimes that they do with the acquiescence of the regulators, top to bottom, your firms, the attorneys, bunch of scumbag attorneys, and the advisors and boards and everything. I think it's so good they're not going to have a public market. Anyway, the risk factors, you can tune into Tony the Tiger. He's really good at giving you risk factors. But there are, in oil and gas, the risk factors are always the same. But here you're betting on the integrity of Greg McCabe, which in my judgment is top notch. And you're also betting on his proven, in my opinion, commitment to shareholders. And finally, you're betting on his ability as a oil and gas deal maker and an oil and gas finder and an oil and gas producer for his entire life. You're counting on his abilities to put it together. And I think he's proven that as well. So that, the boilerplate risks, if you want to read them, go to the SEC under NextBridge and you can read them. But I don't want to insult your intelligence and waste your time with it. The risks, here's a repeating of what I just read to you. Our common stock is not eligible This is under the risk factors. I think it's one of the best features. Our common stock is not eligible with the depository trust company, which may result in brokerage firms being unwilling to hold or trade the stock. Thank God. Who's to trust a brokerage firm? Our shares of common stock are not eligible with DTC to permit our shares of common stock to trade electronically, or to be counterfeited electronically, or to be destroyed electronically. Thank the good Lord. If an issuer is not DTC eligible, then the capital stock cannot be electronically transferred from brokerage accounts, which means that brokerage firms may be unwilling to hold or trade the stock, which restricting trades, which is great. They also can't counterfeit it and then leverage it 10 to 1 or 100 to 1. So no trading market for our common stock is expected to develop. Fantastic. And he's going to have all the money he needs. He's going to have $500 million. He doesn't need to go to that crooked market. There is presently no public market for our shares of common stock, and our shares are not expected to become DTC eligible for electronic trading to third parties. There is no expectation that a trading market will develop or be sustained. Accordingly, you may have to hold the shares of common stock indefinitely. Fine. At least they'll be worth something. Use of proceeds. That's hard to read, so let me go on my scroll here and read the use of proceeds to you. Not all of them, but just the, wow, there's a lot of risk factors. What page is that? 24? All right, I'm almost there. There's a section under business, but it doesn't tell you anything you don't know. That says page 24. I don't see it. Oh, here. Maybe it's here. Yeah, use of proceeds. If it's fully subscribed, it'll be about $570 million. So first, we intend to use the net proceeds we receive from this offering to repay $6 million with interest to, I think, basically Greg McCabe, but it might be other investors too, in the Panther Bridge note. It had 18% per annum with a balloon payment. Secondly, we intend to repurchase all of the outstanding shares of their Series A preferred stock, not MMAT's, which we may redeem at a redemption price, and they give a formula, but it's basically $3 million. We expect to use the remaining proceeds of the offering, if any, to fund our drilling and exploration activities as well for general corporate purposes. That's what the use of proceeds are. Pretty non-specific beyond the first small items. This is the business description. I'm not going to read it to you. They just go through the different LLCs and the counties, and we've talked about it before, and it really doesn't help your understanding of anything. The current projects are very few. They have the Hazel project in Sterling, Tom Green, and Iron, I think it says Iron counties, Texas, and they have the Oklahoma properties. All of those producing properties are not particularly, well, now they're all their contributors, but they don't cash flow that much. And then they have the Wildcat projects, which I think that's a fruitful avenue. And there may be more there that he focuses on when he raises money. I'm sure he's not telling anybody because he doesn't want to create competition wherever he's going to go. Then that management discussion, there's not much here, but I usually read these. It just talks about their consolidated statements and the notes and the history. And unfortunately, I don't think it adds to your understanding right now to read it, so I won't. And these are the historic results. There's not much here, but there's a big tax loss carry forward, it looks like, and that actually is beneficial as he starts producing oil and gas and earning money. So that's the filing as I summarize it very quickly. My thoughts on it are a couple of things, 3, maybe 4 things. One of them, and I'm not patting myself on the back, but I am so thankful that I transferred my shares from MMTLP. It took a lot of time, and it took phone calls. I had to take a distribution from my IRA, which means I can't write off that loss. But I transferred both positions over. I no longer have them to show you because I sent them in 2 or 3 weeks ago, coincidentally. So now my shares are held at the transfer agent, and I don't have the paper. But I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful. I warned everybody that there would come a time when they'd run out of seats on the plane or the bus or the train, whatever you want to call it. And then you're going to be left standing with just this chit, MMTLP. And the fact that there's not going to be a public market, Wall Street's not going to be able to bury this into your accounts by just saying, hey, you have NextBridge, and because they have this big blob of DTC held stock, whatever the leverage is, my guess is the leverage is somewhere between 5 to 10 times as many shares they sold as exist. And what Wall Street would normally do, that once this becomes publicly trading, they would just tell you you have your shares. And then they have this obligation. But as you sell, they'll work it out. They don't do it all at once. So if you ever sold any, they would take your order, and then they have to go locate shares. And they might eat an error at that time. But if you have 10,000 shares and you sell it at 11, because they'll try to get it down after this, if it's publicly trading. I'm so glad it's not. But they would eat, maybe $10. They'd eat 100,000 error and never let you know about it. They wouldn't have any penalties. They get to write off the loss against earnings, against their taxes. And it's just a cost of doing business. They'll make it up in other trades, lickety split. And that's the best outcome for Wall Street, is to try to get the stock trading like Drew Diligence kept telling everybody, because he worked for him, in my judgment. He didn't win. All his yammering and hammering and bullying and talking over people and manipulating people, he didn't win. So I think it's great. It's private. I mean, it's not going to trade. I don't know if you call that private, but Wall Street is hoping against hope that he'll make it trade. They'll put pressure on it. They'll manipulate it. But the key is those big pools of funds, they can start trading it. They can turn the computers on. So when they're losing money, if you sell, if you hold it, they're not losing money. They just have to pay the cost to carry it. But they can turn on their computers and do the same day trading manipulation and try to pick up 50 grand here, 10 grand there, 1 grand there, and do it over and over and over again. And slowly they can work it out and they can get other transactions in there. And I'm so glad Greg's not opening his company up to that. Everybody's in on the sting. Everybody. Drew Diligence should be ashamed of himself. Anyway, the second thing I wanted to say is this $15 is excellent for those of you who have your shares at NextBridge. My case, my cost is like $7.95 or something. And let's just be a little bit sloppy with the arithmetic. $15, I double my investment. Now it's not liquid. I can't get out. But if this gets funded, my shares are worth in the market that $15 at that moment of funding. What happens after that will be probably, I would tell Greg maybe to maintain a market in his own stock for investors, and that might help him. But there probably won't be any market at all. So the only way to figure out what the shares are worth will be third-party auditing of the value of assets. But I tell you, I think it's fantastic. It's just fantastic. In my case, I'll have something that I forget what I said, 4,269, I think it is. Out of the gate, it's worth $15. It's 64 grand. Unfortunately, I can't sell it. It has nothing, no utility whatsoever. But I tell you what, it's better than a complete wipeout, which is what MMTLP is. So that's the second thing I wanted to say. The third thing is this is not a resolution. And there will be, I'm sure, people that say that Wall Street and the lawyers and the regulators will now come up with a settlement that's $15 a share plus pain or suffering. I don't think so. I tried to listen to a space call this morning. It was inane. I would love to get on a Junk Savvy call. I think she does an excellent job of research, and she does a critical job of analyzing things. But I haven't been able to find her space calls in a long time. It must just be by accident, because whenever I look, she's not, anyway. But as I said early on, and said repeatedly after the first few months, that the problem right now, from a settlement standpoint, the lawyers, the bad guy lawyers, are going to argue, no, Your Honor, MMTLP isn't worth $15 because this is 5 years later. It's a completely different company. They don't even have Oro Grande. It's only worth what Oro Grande's worth, and they lost the leases. So I think that is barking up the wrong tree, but people will say that. I just don't see it. I do want to say, I don't know what number it is, number 5. I do want to say that Drew Diligence and the rest of his ilk did you a great disservice. But that he was paid for it, as far as I believe, and information I've received. I can't prove it, so it's got to be just opinion. Um, um, but what he did is get people to leave their shares at MMTLP. Very few people listened to me, and they pushed back on me. But I kept saying it and saying it and saying it, that you need to move your shares to NextBridge. Well, I wonder where Drew's going to be now. NextBridge shares, if this deal gets priced, NextBridge shares start out of the gate $15 a share. MMTLP, $0. MMTLP, legal process. MMTLP, possibly the lawyers make a settlement, but they take most of it. He really sold you up the river. Really sold you up the river, in my judgment. There is a chance, if fraud is found, that a settlement could be actually pretty big. That's a whole different issue. And by the way, any kind of settlement in a fraud will also come to NextBridge shareholders. But one of the things I suggested back then, and I'm not saying I'm all, it's all patting me on the back or anything, but I said that you might find out that the settlement, which could be as few as 60 cents a share. Oh, hang on, I got to take this. Okay, I just have to send a big, big deals going on. Just the company's trying to send an email twice, and the email I gave didn't work. So I have a different email, and I thought I had sent it, but as he called me, I realized maybe I didn't do it. I got another phone call. So I'm going to send it now. All right, I'm just going to start a different. How do I get an email to her and copy everybody? I'm just going to send it to her. I don't know how to copy everybody. So I'm just going to go. I'm almost done. Sorry. Um, I did not copy everyone because I couldn't figure it out. Okay, that is done. Now, how do I send it? There I go. Let me just read it again. Okay, I'll send it. All right. That reminds me, I think I'll send that. Don't have to send it there. Don't have to send it there. And don't have to send it there. All right, I'm back to paying attention. So I do not think, unfortunately, and I'm not an attorney though, I do not think the $15 becomes a touchstone for a settlement at all. Because good attorneys will say it's a different company. They're raising the money. It has nothing to do with the value at the time of the halt or shortly thereafter. So people are in MMTLP are likely going to remain in MMTLP. The struggle is going to be that the criminals are going to want to get Next Bridge Trading so they can destroy it. It's going to be hard to destroy with that much capital and if it's deployed properly. But they'll be able to do their games and churn around making money. But they can delay the day of reckoning because they can put all the non-delivered, non-located, non-borrowed, non-existent shares, they can just stuff it in people's account as a black and white entry, and the price will go up and down on the statements, and most people won't sell, so they're just carrying a liability that they'll work out of over time, and that's better than a big settlement and getting thrown in jail and then having every other one of their positions at risk. So anyway, luckily, Greg, I'm so glad to see it's not going public. Although if it does, it's you're not talking about a company that's 50 million. You're talking $500 million on its way probably to a few billion. It's perfect timing. That's another thing I want to tell you. It's perfect timing for oil and gas investments. Another thing I projected to you. But this, you're getting in, he's going to have cash to go invest and get in on projects probably around the country that he knows about before oil prices start their, I think, inexorable climb to $200, $300, $400, $500 a barrel. I mean, there could be some sort of violent dips along the way, but by the time I get to Phoenix, she'll be rising. Oil's going to be rising. So that's about, I guess, what I wanted to say. I'm sorry that Drew diligence had such an effect, because I think my judgment, he either didn't know what he was talking about, but then that would mean he's not as smart as he likes to say he is, or he knew exactly what he was doing. And I'll leave it to you to judge whether that involved prevarication or intentional misleading. I'll leave it to you to judge it. But it means that there's people out there that are going to be stuck in MMTLP, and I think for a long time. I don't think the settlement, I continue to think the settlement is going to be disappointing absent proof of fraud. But even then, it might not filter down on a per share basis. Anyway, I'm not a lawyer, so why don't I stop pretending I know what I'm talking about. But it has seemed like what I projected has come to fruition. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to say on that. I think that covers everything. I'll answer questions. I wish I could have gotten on a space call to hear more of the current information, particularly about fraud, because that's one avenue that might get people their money back. But anyway, I think it's great. I think it's amazing. You've got a great team and a great guy that can turn $500 million worth of cash into meaningful oil and gas assets, cash flowing, growing with upside. I just think it's fantastic. And I think you could see, not knowing what he's doing with it, but I think you could see NextBridge get to $45. That would be triple. That would be my estimate over a period of time. I'm not saying right away. And so I think those of you who moved your shares to NextBridge, bravo for you. Bravo for you. I saw, as I was looking for space calls, I saw Drew Diligence's name, and under it says, "I don't give advice. I just give opinions." Well, that's true. He just gives opinions. But he did give you a lot of advice. And you're going to pay for having taken it if you stayed at MMTLP. And I'm sorry about that. So I'll finish connecting all this back to Railtown. I continue to believe the number one thing you could do is do it tonight. I don't know how much more time Railtown's going to be under 40 cents or 50 cents or 60 cents or 70 cents. Do I have to keep going? But right now, although I notice they're not, let me just check the volume. 48,000. There were days, I remember when Miko sold his 40,000 shares to get into GDC at $7.50, $7.75 because it's worth $22. It might have been $8.25. I'm going with the lower number in my head, around $8. That wasn't a particularly profitable choice, but not every trade you make is going to work. You can't fault people for that. Oh, there's our 52,500 for sale at 33.27. So you can probably get some stock. That poor hapless gentleman is still trying to sell. So you probably can get as much stock as you need. And that bodes well for Will Underdown if he can ever get off the indecision pot, and might bode well for a couple of other ones of you I've spoken to. That'd be great. I'd be so happy for you guys. But Anyway, I think with the way to not be a victim and not spend another 5 years on endless, fruitless space calls, analyzing every bloody sentence and every utterance of a judge. If you want to waste your life that way, I guess it's better than watching football, but not much. What you can do if you bought $50,000 worth of MMTLP, and regardless of how many shares it was, if you have NextBridge, you're gonna you know some of you are gonna have nice returns. If your average cost was $1 or $2, your paper value anyway, you might not be able to sell it, but on paper your value is going to look pretty good. But if you're still in MMTLP, it doesn't matter how many shares you got. There's never going to, in my judgment, there's never going to be a settlement that's going to make you whole or anywhere near it. But that's my call. We'll see. Fraud would change that. Fraud would be the exception. But not necessarily. It could be the exception. But it also could be $1 a share, 50 cents a share too, instead of 0. Take that 50,000, pick a number. I'll use an aggressive number. It'd be better to use a lower number to get more assurance of success. But say that you believe Railtown can go to $5 in the next few months. Why? Simple. As the story cuts out, as buyers can buy, and as more importantly, revenue projections are clear to the market, it's possible, it's a reasonable argument to make that Railtown will approximate Lang Chain's, I think a product that's not as good as Railtown's, Lang Chain's valuation of last summer, end of the last summer, announced beginning of October, of $1.25 billion. Well, that works out to $5.50 a share for Railtown, just that kind of catch up. So you can use $5. It'd be better if you use $2.50 or $3.50, but use $5. So if you have $50,000 you lost at MMTLP, divide it by $5, and that means you need to buy 10,000 shares of Railtown. This is a screwy calculator, but 10,000 shares of Railtown, it might not give me the answer, divided by 35 cents, let's say, it gives such a bad answer. Such a bad answer. Let me go to another calculator. So 10,000 shares times 0.35, you have to spend $3,500 to buy 10,000 shares of Railtown. So you're risking $3,500. There's no question about that. So you add the $3,500 to the 50,000 you already lost in MMTLP. So you have to get back in 10,000 shares of Railtown, you have to get 53,500 before you break even. Well, if you divide that by 10,000 shares, that means you have to get to $5.35 a share for Railtown to break even. To catch up, I'll just show you, 1.25 billion to last year's valuation of Lang Chain using 227 million shares fully diluted of Railtown, that's $5.50. So if Railtown just catches up to history valuation of Langchain, you're in the green slightly. And you're no longer a victim. And you're not waiting on a judge. You're not waiting on Congress. And you know what? At $5.50, $6, the story, there's a reason it goes to that price, because the story's bigger than that price. And you gotta block your ears to the Tonys and the Dans and the Franks of the world who are going to tell you, hey, psst, 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 got a great stock over here. Yeah, you don't go broke taking a profit. Psst, come over to this one. It's unbelievable. Billionaires, AI, gold, biotech, and it's all coming together, and they're gonna, and it's coordinated. And I've got 100,000 shares, which was given to them by the company. And when you pump it up, they get out, just like Joe Kennedy's stock pools and JP Morgan's stock pools 100 years ago. Nothing new. They think they're so smart. They're just cheating the way it used to be done. But why should you be the sucker in their cheat? If Railtown goes to 550, it's because people see the story as being bigger than that. And it very likely is going to then springboard, I would guess, to $15, give or take, fairly quickly. So not only if you follow this strategy, not only is your MMTLP paid for, you're making 2 or 3 times your money. And I would argue you're in the starting gate on the ultimate returns that Railtown's going to give you. That's what I would do if you still have MMTLP. I would sit down and calculate how much you lost. I mean, if you do it at $2.50 a share, it's even more powerful, I guess, but you have to buy more shares. But you don't have to wait to those higher numbers. I think anything that makes this stock $1 makes it $5, not straight away necessarily. It might take a few weeks, a month, 2 months, or it happens all at once. But anything that makes it $5, I believe it's going to be because it's worth 10, 15, $20. And anything that gets it to $20 is because the story is telling people that it's worth more than that. I'm not saying it's going to go straight up. I'm not going to say there aren't moments where you're going to be, white hands, squeezing so hard to hang on, because they're going to play with your mind. But I really think that's your way out of the MMTLP hole in your pocket. My example, if you lost 50 grand in MMTLP, right now put up $3,500 more and buy 10,000 shares of Railtown today, tomorrow. And then Railtown has to go to 535 to break even on the MMTLP plus Railtown position. And I believe you got a double or a triple just out of the box from that number. And I personally don't think it stops there. But we'll pay attention as it goes. It won't, it's a different animal. It's not a day trading stock. And it does have a chance to squeeze, which frightens the heck out of me. I don't want it to. But fundamentally, you triple the money you lost. That's better, if I'm right, that it goes to 15, which I think I am. I wouldn't be saying it. fun. You know, that's a better thing than listening to endless space calls, hoping for a judge somewhere to figure out her head from her little toe and figuring out what a short sale is. And it'll pay you for the absolutely horrible, astonishingly bad advice. And I say that's what he did, not opinion, advice, financial advice that Drew Diligence gave you. Stop being a victim, take charge of your account. And there's, I was reading Railtown's story, which the chatbots came back at me with. I tell you, it's a gigantic upside potential. And they don't come by that often. They don't come by that often. All right, 3:34. I think that's what I wanted to say on NextBridge. Any questions or comments on it, I welcome them. I will answer them. I think it's an exciting day for those of you who have shares at NextBridge. And I think over the next 5 years, 10 years, NextBridge is going to be a good part of your portfolio. All right, let's go to your comments. Jason Harbison. Hello, William and RT crew. All right. Hi, Jason. We must be getting ready for some action. Ava Maza says, "Where's Ham?" Well, it's not capitalized. So 2 places I think you can find ham might be in your refrigerator. Failing that, a deli or a local grocery store, you might be able to find ham. But if you capitalize ham and you mean where's ham that gives conference calls every single day off of his number, I think you can locate him on X at his space calls. It's been not space, sorry. His X posts, you can find him there under $finger, $, a number of these other names. You can probably, if you don't know where to find him, follow Christine Shaughnessy, Christina Shaughnessy, Kristen Shaughnessy. She's terrific, but he's on her. I'm sure he's there, but you can find him, Ham Short Killer, something like that, and you can follow him there. That's where Ham is. Pat M. Mein Gott. It's Pat M. She came in third. Mein Gott. What happened? It's good to see you, Pat. Mein Fräulein. Is that it? Or Frau? I don't know. And I'm whichever. I don't speak German. I don't actually speak any languages, even though I studied 2 of them. I'm horrible at it. I needed a girlfriend, like a German girlfriend. I'd sprechen Sie Deutsch. Anyway, it's great to see you, Pat. CJ Yukon. Hey, William, GDC is getting hammered today. Well, let's look at GDC today. Wow. down 75%, $1.45. My gosh. My gosh. It opened at 750. What is going on? It's hard to borrow. It's harder to hold. But now, if you owned it at 750 and you're thinking there's going to be some upside, to get back to 750, you got to see 500%, something like that. So hopefully, if you had 10,000 shares of GDC at 450, you sold it at 750. You know, yeah, there was your chance. It's 12 million shares. I would argue that GDC had a bit of a squeeze, a bit of a manipulation. So I would put that in my head and think, where are those whales? What stocks? What's the next one? Because I think this one's over. So it's a stock pool. Do you know what a stock pool is? I don't know if I have any book here that talks about Joe Kennedy and JP Morgan. I feel like I do. Oh, 1929 might. 1929 might, right here. This might have it. Let me just see if they have a page on stock pools. Stock tickers, stock trading, investors in pools, 63 to 64. Let's see what he says on that page. Okay. CK Yukon, a reading from Andrew Ross Sorkin's book on page 63. Durant was a wealthy guy, I think out of Cincinnati or Cleveland. Let me see, or Detroit. I can't remember. Detroit, and he got very wealthy in automobiles, and I guess he created General Motors. I just saw it. So Durant was on the cutting edge of all that, General Motors and money and all that, and so Durant, on page 62, Durant's favorite gambit was to quietly run up the price of a stock, creating an overvaluation that attracted short sellers. And then what he would do is turn up the heat by buying every share the shorts were dumping on the market, and the stock would move higher and higher, squeezing the original shorts who frantically covered the shortfalls while new ones jumped in, betting the stock would have to obey the laws of gravity. But as an oft-repeated quote attributed to John Maynard Keynes, markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent, particularly when the irrationality is the handiwork of super skilled, deep-pocketed stock manipulators. So he had a lot of money to do it that way. It doesn't work that way anymore because the conspirators have all the angles right now. But anyway, Durant was also on page 63. Durant was also on the cutting edge of what had become a fad among insiders on Wall Street in the mid-1920s, the stock pool. It typically worked like this. A group of investors would combine their resources to covertly buy up shares in a given company. They would do this over a period of weeks, careful not to draw too much attention to their activities. Then, with the aid of a market insider, often the very man on the floor who specialized in trading in that company, they would commence a series of trades with themselves, with each other, crossing, to artificially lift the price of the stock. Gullible, gullible investors would notice the upward momentum of the shares and jump in on the trade. They were not necessarily ignorant or dumb. They might know or guess that an investment pool was manipulating the price. But if they got the timing right, even a total outsider could capture a bit of the upside before the pool pulled the plug and dumped the shares back on the market. Though investment pools were patently underhanded and deceptive, they weren't illegal. And the biggest names and institutions on Wall Street, including National City and JP Morgan, all participated in them. That was the privilege of power. The lure of easy profits was simply too great. It was just a question of how much they could get away with. Durant, like many pool investors, never viewed himself as a villain. Durant played the game to win. And if others lost money, he did not consider himself responsible for their naivete. He was estimated to control over $1 billion in buying power back when $1 billion was a lot of money. Well, when Roosevelt created the SEC, he put Joe Kennedy in charge of it and said something like, you have to put a crook in charge because he knows what they're doing. Anyway, that looks like what happened with GDC. They ran it up here recently, hoping people would buy in or hold their stock. And they ran it up and dumped it. And the key is to get in early, dump early, because you never know when it's going to stop. And when it stops, it's devastating. So GDC, if you had 10,000 shares of GDC the other day, it was worth 45 grand. It opened today 75 grand. And I assume that means it went higher. I don't know this, but I assume it means it went higher in the pre-market. I don't know that. And I don't want to look it up because it'll take too much time for me. But if you held on thinking, well, that's the first thought that goes through your head is, oh, it's really going to sweep. It is going to go to $20. The second thought you think is, man, I could have gotten out at $12 pre-market. It's $7.50 now. I'm going to wait till it goes back to 10, then I'll get out. This is how our brains trick ourselves. And so now if you had 10,000 shares, you've got 14 grand. So the other day, just to use this stock as an example, if you had $45,000 worth of GDC, I mean, of course, you would have to actually like the story of Railtown, but you could have sold at 45,000. Of course, you're saying, well, then I'm going to miss out on the squeeze. But you got to be honest with yourself. Would you have traded it? You probably wouldn't have traded it pre-market. You might have. And then when it opened lower, would you actually have the gumption just say, you know what, I'm getting out? Not everybody does. So you have to be honest with yourself. But if you took 45 grand the other day, you could have bought Railtown at 31, 32 all day long. Let's just call it 33. You'd have 136,000 of Railtown. That's up. Not up much, up a slight smidgen. It's probably worth 140 grand right now. Not 140 grand. It's worth 46 grand, 47 grand now. But now you've got $14,000 worth of GDC, and if you pay 30, let's call it 33 cents. I don't know if you can get that off. You can buy 42,000 of Railtown, and you're not going to do it because, I could have had more. It's just the psychology just doesn't allow people to do that. So I think they created, in effect, they being whales offshore somewhere, and I bet it's a group of whales that got to know each other, but they all lost money in these different stocks. Whether they each lost money in the same stocks or not, who knows? But collectively, they have a list of stocks from GDC to G-Bucks to Finger to ZJYL to, whatever. We know the names, some of them anyway. Or we can assume we do. And maybe now that they had success making a stock pool out of GDC, maybe they'll move to another one and do it again. You got to be on alert for that. And if that's your game, you like playing short squeezes, maybe Fingers next to pick one, or maybe G-Bucks or ZJYL is next. But it's gambling, and you've got to buy them, and you might have to wait, and you're hoping that a group of long manipulators come and rescue you. And then I have no way of looking that up on my service, and so it would be hard to find. But I bet GDC went over 750 in the pre-market. So then you have to be able to trade pre-market. And then during the day after that pre-market, you've got to make the right decisions. And obviously the right decision, it went as high as $8. The right decision is just get out in the morning. But it's so tough. I'm just telling you, it's so tough. So there may be people here. I sold GDC to get into Railtown in June last year. And, if I wanted to be hard on myself, I could be saying, damn, I could have held on to GDC and it went to $8. I could have gotten out here. Railtown's actually slightly cheaper, 2 or 3 cents cheaper than I paid for it. I'd be better off. But man, I have to be honest with myself. Would I have sold it at 8 or 750? I don't know. Your mind plays such tricks on you when you get in those situations. And now GDC, to get back up, they're going to walk away. They're going to move on. They're going to move to the next stock. They're not going to, in my judgment, they're not going to try to make GDC run again. They'll go create a stock pool effectively. Maybe it's Finger next. And it'll have its spurt, and then it'll have to sleep afterwards. That's how it goes. Thank you, CJ Yukon. GDC is getting hammered. I agree. Thank you for pointing out. I didn't know it. It's 137, 138 right now. Cyclop. I like that. Cyclop. Billy, hey, I remember that family picture. What a great family. I bet those kids are bigger now. They're probably taller than I am, which is no accomplishment. But what a great family. Good to see you here. Chestnut night. Good afternoon, William. Good afternoon to you and the best dog. I saw great dogs today. Great dogs. One girl came up to me. Her owner was very tolerant, which was nice. But that dog didn't want to leave me. And I thought, that is the best dog. Well, I'm just looking. That stock I sold yesterday to buy Railtown today, it's up. So, you can't get it. You can't get it right. But I'm glad my 545 shares of Railtown have been purchased. Yes, yes. The volume on Railtown right now is 89.89, and the last trade was 24,000 shares at 33 cents. That kind of looks like a buy. Obviously, there's always a buyer and a seller, but it looks like it's somebody buying, so that's good. Fast Eddie, how do, Bill? How are you? How are you, Eddie? Chestnut. Wow, look at Chestnut. Bought. That's great. Chestnut. Bought 2150. Look at that total. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. 162,650. That is possum. 4 big possums. And a big head, too. And big ears. And a big chest. And a big nose. That's great. That's a great position, Chestnut. Congratulations. Donna M says, hello, everyone. Hi, Donna. Donna M. William, is that the cheapest price for Railtown, paid for Railtown? Mine filled at the ask my last couple of buys. Same here. I was surprised it didn't fill cheaper. Yes. I don't know. Maybe I can tell you what the cheapest price I didn't get any bargains. But let me see if I might be able to tell you that. How do I do that? I go like that? Do I go like that? Like that? No, it doesn't work. Okay, let me try it a different way. Like that? No. Okay, let me try it here. No. How do I do it? Filters. Cancel. History. Last 3 days. Does it go a year? Filter. Last. It only gives me 30 days. So how the hell do you tell that? Maybe positions and then, okay. Columns. View. Performance, history. History only gives me 30 days. Maybe there's a tax page here. I don't know, Donna. I think if I sign into their website rather than use the app, I can find that answer, but I can't do it while I'm live. But it shows that I'm in the green. So my average price, well, that's what it gives me, is my cost basis, which by definition is my average price. It doesn't break it down into price. Why is this so difficult? It weird. Well, I guess I could take the cost. I mean, this is my IRA. I spent $26,033 and it's now worth $27,423. But it does not tell me what the per share price was. So I don't know, Donna. I'll try to answer the question. I just can't. I'm just too stupid to figure it out. I think that price I paid this morning might be the cheapest price I paid. Yes. I wrote down the price. I paid I didn't write down the price. That one I think I can find the trade because that's within 30 days. So if I look at my orders, yeah, I bought 545 shares, Donna, at 0.3287. But the thing is, and I do think it was the cheapest I've paid for it. Man, I would have loved to, over the last few months, I would have loved to pay 25, 26, 27, 20, but that's not my life. But yes, that was the ask. That when I put it in, it was the ask. And I was shocked that it didn't come in somewhat lower. So to me, that's a sign that the printing presses are at least in slow-mo, if not, although I have to say, to this afternoon's action, it seems like they are still selling non-located shares. But it's a signal anyway, Donna. It's a signal. It's tightening up, I think, which is good for everybody. It looks like it closed 31.9. Well, now the ask is 36.29. 89,890 shares. Last trade 33. And so not very active today. Yeah, and I also agree, Donna. I was surprised it didn't trade lower. Ricky, hello, William and RT crew. Railtown, choo-choo. Donna, Pat M, I saw your question asking about my gold coin, but I was driving. The short answer is no. It was disappointing, but he emailed saying he'd give me the gold price, 8K, less than it's quoted. Wow. I'm kind of a broken record. I'd still do it. You'll make up that 8K, but that's disappointing. That's disappointing. Well, at least you have the face of the Shah. Ricky Brogan, Chestnut, congratulations. Ricky Brogan, William, congratulations on my 545 shares. Trust me, bro. Trading. William, you had a friend who was at Roth, and if I recall, you also tried to raise capital for Torchlight and couldn't. Do you think this company now, with such a brutally bad financial standing, can get anywhere close to $15 a share? If so, how so? Um, yes, I think that they didn't. Yes, is my answer. They didn't come up with the $15. Um, they didn't just throw a dart on the wall. Um, luckily, trust me, bro. Luckily, the stock Nextbridge isn't trading. But so your question is actually a good one. If it were publicly trading, I think hedge funds would be shorting the stock, and they drive it down to $6, $7 or less. And if the company wanted to go forward with 40 million shares, or maybe 80 million, or 100 million shares, they would just take the money that they had collected by selling non-existent shares, but they put the money in their account restricted. They take that and cross it. All right, I gotta take this call. All right. Sorry about that. I really apologize. Trust me, bro. Um, I'm trying to organize things for next week, and that's what I've been doing anyway. Um, uh, so trust me, bro. The um, I'm friends with the head of energy banking at Roth Capital. I haven't spoken with him, but I've known him for uh, man, my gosh, I've known him. Whew, I might have known him 30 years. He's younger than I am, but I've known him a long time. And he wouldn't be putting $15 on that prospectus unless he believed he could raise the money at that price. Now you're gonna wonder, how do they do it? I think how they do it is to have that kind of money with a guy with the reputation of Greg McCabe. Um, I think investors will go into it. I think two things have changed. One is this adventure in Iran, or adventure in the Middle East, has completely changed people's perspective about oil and natural gas investments. And I think there's always been a wall of capital ready to come back into energy. But the second thing is this um, space has been almost verboten uh, for pools of money, for investment advisors, and for managed money, private equity, because a lot of these young whippersnappers out of the hotshot schools come out with this belief that the planet is under pressure from hydrocarbons, which I'm not totally against that analysis. I don't want to break off on it too far, but I actually think coal is worse, and it's cutting down the trees everywhere, and there's a lot of things. It's just so many people, but I do think hydrocarbons have heat trapping characteristics when they're burned, but I don't think humankind's ever going to give up on natural gas or oil. It's just some of the most incredibly powerful and useful and mobile energy source in the world. We're just not going to get rid of it. So you can talk about it, and there's activists to say, well, we have to stop burning oil and natural gas, particularly oil, and therefore the investment in those companies is dead end after 2035, 2040. Well, that prevailed for the last 10 or 15 years in various strengths. I know because I talked to the funds at conferences and got the thinking. I think it's insane. And it turns out as we get closer to 2035, closer to 2040, and then we have this this unprovoked bombing of a country in the Middle East by two powers that decided to join together and attack, kill, assassinate the top leaders of another country, and kill children, by the way, and just really harden the population of that country. And it turns out that country has more of the weapons which are effective than we do. And that country has turned its sights not only on the attacking countries and their bases, but on other oil producing facilities and gas producing facilities and the Strait of Hormuz. it's causing everyone to realize we shouldn't be so lackadaisical about our investments in hydrocarbons. So my point is, it's almost a perfect time for a team. That's one of the problems. These big private equity know-it-alls, they don't have the teams, but they have cash. And so if they can find a team they can give cash to, they can go gobble up entire basins of oil and gas assets, and that is happening. Alternatively, these pools of money that want to diversify into oil and gas, who do you go into? Exxon is a great thing, but it's already up. Apache, well, APA, it's already up. Then there's the market is littered with all these companies that have been destroyed, the cheap ones. So where do you go? There's not many alternatives right now. One place you can go is if there's a new IPO, there's a new offering of a team and a CEO who has an exceptional track record, and you can trust that he knows what he's doing. You raise $500 million for him, and I think they will have no problem raising the money. Now they may not raise all of it, but I think they will. But you're right; it might not happen. They might have to cut the price to $12, or it's oversubscribed, and they raise the price to $18. We don't know. You're exactly right. However, trust me, bro, I would imagine, because of the professionalism of my friend, I would imagine he's already got a pretty good idea of where he's going for the money. And I'm sure Greg has investors too. So I think $15 will happen. Now you look at the assets they put on the prospectus. It's de minimis. I didn't even bother reading them to you, but they're just nothing. I don't think you could get a $1 million company out of the assets they listed. Maybe a $5 million company. But that's not what people are investing in. Not in those assets. I think what they're going to invest in is probably information that is going to be privileged to us. It's probably privileged to us. All right, so my Verizon's going to be cut off in 48 hours. Swell. I don't know when it stops. Anyway, I'm sure, trust me, that this isn't a blind pool. It is to us, and it may be to the SEC, and it may be by prospectus. But I have a feeling there is a game plan, and there is a strategy, and there may already be projects that he's ready to fund. But if I'm wrong on that, I don't think it's a bad idea for capital to come into even a blind pool of money with that team. I think, I don't think they're going to have any problem raising all of the money and at that price. It doesn't have anything to do with the balance sheet and the income statement he showed. Nothing. It's what he's going to do with the money. And now's the time to buy oil and gas assets. You want to buy them before the prices run. Just look, for example, pick let's go with the top, probably the top oil company in the world. I've been out of the business so long that I still screw up on. But here's the movement in Exxon over the last year. Now it's pulled back because of these uncertainties, and I imagine because some assets might be at risk. Who knows? But that's Exxon. Do you invest in that? Maybe. I think it's a great company, but it's $155, up from 115. Or how about Chevron, another great company? It'll probably be bought out by Exxon at some point. Come on. I don't know why everything. Does it have to be so difficult? All right, I'll just say go. I'll say go. Go. What's going on? Let's just refresh. Maybe my Verizon's already turned off. It's not working. But anyway, I can't get a chart. It's just not working. The time to be putting money into these fields and these projects, and every oil man and woman has a list in their head almost of where they want to be. It's been underfunded for so long. The time to do it is now, and go claim it. And so I personally, this, as far as I know, and I'm not in touch with the market at all like I used to be, I think this is the first IPO, but if it's not, it's one of the first going out and raising cash for oil and gas. And I think it's going to be highly successful. So I do think they'll get it done. And I think they'll get it done at $15. If I had to hazard a guess, it'll be oversubscribed. But trust me, bro, it's not about the assets they have. It's what he intends to do with it. And if he can buy assets that he can then 10 or 15x over the next 3 years, he's going to do brilliantly. Or just doing 5x over the next 2 or 3 years. Building cash flow and then adding other assets along the way. Or going out and buying existing undervalued companies. I think it's perfect. If he were raising 50 million, I'd be more concerned that he's going to meet a little bit of resistance. I think $500 million, you become your own momentum, you become your own power. And I think there's plenty of pension money, plenty of wealth assets that see that oil. A lot of people here say it's just my opinion. They know some things about being abroad, and I'm wrong. Well, okay, maybe that's a thorough analysis of what's going to happen to oil and natural gas prices over the next 5 or 10 or 15 years. It might be right. This might be another time where we can bomb and get away with it. But I would say there's people out there that understand that the damage done in the Middle East is going to cause higher prices. Now, they may settle down, but then the longer trend is upward. And also that the United States is no longer in charge of the Gulf. It'll be Russia, China, and Iran. The United States decided at behalf of powerful people in the U.S. government to finally get the campaign that Benji Netanyahu has been on for 45 years to get the power of the United States to bomb Iran. And finally he got it done. But he's an idiot. And it didn't work. Didn't work. And we lost. And luckily, I think Trump is a deal maker, and he knows when it's a bad deal. And so I think he's going to pull out and say we won, and I commend him for pulling out. But the net effect, trust me, bro, is higher oil and gas prices in the future and remaining higher. And money is going to come in looking for those returns. In the United States, projects are underfunded. And I've tried to raise money, as you point out, for Torchlight. I went to London. First I did raise money. I did get investors, and I put money into Torchlight while it was a publicly traded company. It didn't work, of course. I lost money. People lost money. The guy that was pitching the deal to me, a banker, an Exxon guy, but also a banker, he's since passed away, rest in peace. He lost money. Everybody lost money because the markets, and Trump's got to recognize this. If he wants the United States to compete with China, he's got to fix the markets. My simple answer, nationalize the over-the-counter markets and nationalize half of NASDAQ. If NASDAQ wants to, for some reason, keep the hyperscalers, let them. But bring the rest of those over-the-counter markets. Nationalize the over-the-counter markets. Anything under $10, nationalize it. The marketplace, not the companies, the marketplace. Have the government run the rules and the compliance, no short selling, physical delivery. We have the tools, we have the computers. Otherwise, we're going to continue to bomb countries to try vainly to prop up our financial system, to prop up with a lifestyle that's gone because of what we just did, in my judgment, and that is opinion, what we just did on behalf of, it's changed all of our lifestyles. And I think there's enough investors out there, whether they agree with my broader opinion, they see that the modern economy, there's a few ingredients: air, water, silver, and oil. And so, I think he's going to raise it. And I bet it's oversubscribed. And I bet Roth Capital already knows where they're going to go get the money. I think he's going to be so fortunate that he's going public now. And trust me, bro, I haven't spoken to him, but I think he'll go back after the Oro Grande. And Southern Louisiana, those are not small projects. The first two, I don't know if he's done three, but the first two, other people's money drilled, were non-commercial. But that doesn't mean the next two or three won't be commercial. And if they hit, they'll hit. Commercial in those deep targets is big numbers. But man, with $500 million, $600 million, you could go buy some of these companies, buy the talent. And frankly, trust me, bro, oil and gas, AI is going to change oil and gas. You're not going to need all the massive That one company, Ubiterra, I was telling you about, you can do everything in the cloud. You don't need the big data room. Not the data room in the sense of selling a process, the sense that you go back to the map room, big computers, a bunch of guys wearing size 56 belts, and you know, putting most people to sleep talking about projects. I happen to be one of those oddballs. If you sit me down with a geologist and in a conference room full of maps, and he or she starts telling me the story, and it's a good one, I can sit there all day and come back the next day. There are plenty of projects and ideas out there, trust me, bro, that need to be funded. And these big pools of money would rather go through someone like Greg McCabe with a proven track record, and I think an integrity that is bigger than Texas. I don't think he's going to have any problem raising $600 million. He might raise $1 billion. That's my opinion. We'll find out. But you're right. Your point of view, that's what makes a market. But remember, because he's not publicly traded, the criminals can't short his stock. And they cannot manipulate and give a false price. What they would normally do, one of Roth Capital's clients, whether they know it or not, let's say the Anson funds, or let's say, I don't know, Stevie Cohen's, one of his funds, arm's length. They would sell the stock down to $5 from 15, and you're right, it'd be priced at $4, and they just used the money they created out of thin air. The money's real, but it's created out of thin air by selling stocks certificates that don't exist. And you're right, it wouldn't get done at 15. But I think they've met their match, and I don't care. I don't want to think about them anymore. You get down on their level, you're going to lose. But I think Greg McCabe knows all about it. And raising $600 million, and it could easily be $1 billion, $800 million. Let me put it this way. He will control the destiny of those shares. Now, you're right. You're right. If you look at it at book value, cash divided by the number of shares, how do you get that done? Well, you do. You just haven't seen it. You haven't seen it because the markets are so corrupt, and they're designed for these thieves to steal money all day long like it belongs to them. You've just never seen it before, but it used to happen all the time. It's not just the book value. It's not just historical performance. It's, hey, we're putting the band together and we're going on tour. We're going to we've got these projects in Louisiana. We're going to get the Oro Grande. We have some projects in the Permian. We've got a couple of producing projects up in the Piceance, and we're going to go acquire 2 or 3 companies in the DJ Basin, and we're going to rock and roll. And here's our cash flow projections. Here's our risk projection of what we'll have in reserves. And we're never going to see any of that information. But on the road show, they'll see it. And I'm not sure there's road shows anymore. Maybe it's all Zoom calls. But yes, I hope, I don't know if I helped explain it, but yes, I believe they'll raise the money at 600 million, maybe as high as $1 billion. And I think they'll do it at 15. Maybe they'll raise the price to sell fewer shares. Maybe it gets done at $20. But it's not just doing the arithmetic of, well, there's going to be 300 million shares outstanding, and if they raise 500 million, it's only worth $1.50. That's not why people are investing. It's where's he going to put that money in the ground? And there's nobody better. I would argue there's nobody better than Greg McCabe. There might have used to have been, but they're all dead. So anyway, that's my answer. Donna M, Pat M, so I didn't go by. We're in Ocala, Florida a week, then heading home to Virginia. I'll follow up at home, getting the coin authenticated. My sister and I both own it. Silver and gold are up some. Yeah, but I have a feeling, Donna, I don't know, that some of the value of that coin, maybe not now, but when it was sold, was the picture of the Shah. And that doesn't always translate in high. If gold were $40 at the time or $100 at the time, and the Shah's picture was worth, I don't know, $50, so they sold it for $150. That's a third of the value of the coin. When the coin goes from $100 to 5,000 on the gold value, that third of the value might still be worth $50, but $50 compared to 5,000 isn't $50 compared to $100 an ounce, if you see what I mean. The novelty of having a picture of a Shah that most people don't even know his name, Reza, probably limits it might not be worth what I don't know. Anyway, good luck with it. I think it's great that you're getting it appraised. Quit that. Hi, William. That was some excellent research yesterday's. Looks like we can look forward to unlimited potential. Yes, Clay, I was getting excited by it, but I do caution that it's just a computer. It's not a consciousness. It's not a brain. But yes, quit that. I think there is unlimited potential if the brain trust there seizes some of the opportunities. For example, the idea, I didn't come up with it, the idea of putting rail tracks in the snowflake cloud. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Brilliant. I intend to send that to Corey. He's probably already thought of it. There was an idea which I've got to find the thought process. I showed it to you, but I woke up thinking, man, this is a lot like credit cards. And the whole chain went, and I asked about Anthropic, and I want to find that. I want to send that to him as well. But the key of Snowflake, apparently, is they are creating I don't know what to call it. I read it to you yesterday. They're creating a standardized protocol for the harness. I guess that's the simplest way to say it. So if they got in there and it's all standardized, Railtown can become the standard and neutral, agnostic. Some of the questions, some where I was making fun of myself, some of it I did come up with. Like I asked it, well, what if Railtown stays neutral like Switzerland? So some of it was my guidance. But I think the company has every intention to stay neutral. It would take a big, big price for them to not be neutral. Big, I mean really big. I don't think 100 billion would do it. That's my opinion. The other thing is with the, sort of the credit card swipe and all that. I'm trying to remember the name. There's Cohere, there's OpenAI, and there is, I just said it, man, Anthropic. I think there's something that Railtown could do with Anthropic too. And I want to get those ideas to Corey. I'm sure he already knows them. He's going to say thanks. Thanks, pal. We've got it covered. But on the other hand, in case he hasn't thought about it, I want to get that to him. I do agree with you that you could hear it in my voice yesterday. It's the upside. This is, you can almost put any price on this if it becomes the standard and it becomes the cha-ching every time an agent talks to another agent. It's unbelievable. But I do caution that's a thought process, which is what economists do, what investment bankers and others do. You take it to its logical conclusion. And I don't see any flaw in the reasoning, by the way. Makes perfect sense to me. But there's, people tend to, all of you, I've noticed, make mistakes. I never do. People tend to make almost inexplicable decisions sometimes. So I think one caution is it's an excellent blueprint, but because human beings are involved, there still can be missteps. But having said that, just that magnitude means to me that if Railtown just even gets partway down that path, the returns are not large. They're gigantic. They're ginormous. So I agree with you with almost unlimited potential. It's just incredible. Yeah, one thing I will say, Clay, because I think part of what I just said right now you might think is throwing cold water on it. What I was amazed by the answers and the thought process and the research is that information is out there. It's not in a PR. It's not necessarily in a presentation. It's not in promotional material because the regulators won't allow it right now. But somehow it's out there in all the data banks. And man, that got me excited. That really got me excited because it means things are happening, unless it's all hallucinations, which I don't think it was. It means things are happening that we can't see, but they may be happening rapidly. But what's exciting, Clay, is if that kind of information is out there and can be pieced together in a logical way, while there's a blanket covering news, imagine what happens when there's full disclosure of non-public material information. Imagine what happens when there is a free and full news flow. It's really exciting. I have to ask your patience because I have to go check for a package for the guy upstairs. He just asked me. So I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put the microphone on just. He said it got delivered next door. I went there. I couldn't find it anywhere, so maybe it was stolen, or maybe they put it inside. Anyway, sorry about that. Yeah, but Clay, remember one of the pages there? It said if Railtown even gets a small percentage of the global market, it was billions of dollars a year in revenue. So even if it doesn't hit an unlimited potential, and it's just a sliver of what's out there, you're talking, at least from a low price stock, you're talking, as you're saying, it'll feel like unlimited gains. You saw that I asked, aren't we getting ahead of? I think that's what I said. Aren't we getting ahead of ourselves? It's hard to believe what this research is leading to for a 30, whatever I said, 35-cent stock. And that's the asymmetry here, Clay. If you ignore the price of the stock and say that isn't telling me anything, which is my belief, the price of the stock is not telling you a thing. So you try to come up with what are the values of this. One thing that makes it difficult is this market is so big and growing, and it's new. They're coming up with terminology that didn't even exist 2 years ago, or at least in the public mind. And not only is it new and growing, it's becoming must-have. AI is becoming must-have, and agentic AI. And that's when the power of Railtown really leaps to the fore. So, yeah, I don't want to disagree with you on the unlimited nature of your target for potential. It really is there. Having said that, I want to get those two broader ideas off to Corey, and I have a goal to do it. Maybe I'll work on it tonight, but I got other things to work on tonight. So maybe this over the weekend. But yes, I agree with you. I got so excited. It just makes me wonder. I suppose the reason not to buy the stock is you don't believe the story. Fair enough. Or to make it part of a portfolio with stocks like, I don't know, looking on my screen, a GDC or this piece of crap that I sold yesterday that you guys don't even know, or Finger. They pop up here. What else do I have? Yeah, well, anyway, the rationale of putting it in a portfolio alongside everything that we're trained and everything an advisor would say is, have more, it's better. But if you have one idea, it's all you need. If you have one gold mine, you don't need other gold mines. If you have one project field, you don't need more of them. That's if it's big enough. So I just don't know why anybody would dilute their firepower in the case of Railtown with stocks that are just at best gambles. You're relying on other people to do something which, frankly, in stock pools, the whole thing of stock pools, you get in early, and as the crowd, human beings start going, hey, it's going up, it's going to go higher. You get out before it gives up the ghost. It's hard to do, but if you learn, okay, it's up, I'm out, and I'm going to ignore that it keeps going up. Then you do it the next time, and the next time. You start having profits that allow you to ignore that you missed out once on a big upside because you know that the downsides are so devastating. Well, that's not going to happen here. I think, Clay, we saw the worst. I found it unpleasant when it was bad enough that Railtown went up a couple of times to the 60s, the 69 level, and then just got shorted. The heaviness came down. But that was one thing. It goes from, I don't know, 60 something down to 44 something. Okay, that's the hype as it looks like something's about, and I'm gonna, it's okay. That's a bunch of traders thinking it's about to go and then it pulls back. But I think what was difficult, Clay, for me anyway, with Railtown and for people I cared about, one person in particular, is the stock went from around 42, 3, 4 range in, I think, the end of November, and it just went all the way down to take Brandon Neely's friend. I think it's Brandon Neely. I might have the wrong person. His friend out of 50,000 shares, 50,000 shares at 25 cents. It just, it did it over 6 weeks, 7 week period. Oh, that was unpleasant. And we've been rebuilding the strength in the stock, but there's still in there that heaviness that is day trading, minute trading, second trading, nanosecond trading for profits. But, I'll finish here with this comment. Railtown, just like Dexbridge, if Railtown's $15, that's kryptonite to those players, and they're gone. They're gone. And they won't have the power to destroy. And anyway, I look forward to it, Clay. I think yesterday's research was amazing. I agree with you. I'm not trying to take credit for it, although I think there were some thoughts I put in that probably I should. But the point is the magnitude of that market, and that a bloody stupid computer could put it all together. My Lord, it's big. So thank you, Clay. Quit that. Thank you for all you do for our community. Yeah, put you on a roller coaster ride. You're welcome. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Clay. I think it's amazing what you've done. I forget your position, but I have it. But you, I think, in my opinion, very professionally, Clay, you ask questions, and of course, sometimes it's heated, but you added to your position. You lowered your cost, but more importantly, I think you're going to find that you have this position that there's no way, even if you had unlimited money, this is another one of my theories. We'll find out if it's true. But I think when it's $10, $12, $15, $20, I don't think there's anybody going to be building positions like Donna's or like your own. It's hard to believe that right now, but it's going to be amazing. I was talking to somebody here. I don't know if he wants me to say it, but he's buying Hecla Mining. It's $16, $17. I remember when Hecla couldn't get out of its own way in the $3, $4, $5 range forever. But what's changing is revenues. And that's what's going to change Railtown, revenues, cash flow. And it's going to be bloody well impressive. So thank you, Clay. Trust me, bro. Trading Co. ? I guess you didn't agree with what I said. I think it's a lot like a new mutual fund with a great manager, or like Apollo Funds is starting a $2 billion fund from scratch. And apparently they sold out. They raised the $2 billion like that. It's a distressed fund. I think they're calling it a disallocation fund. to get ready to buy all the assets that the private credit markets regurgitate as private credit gets in trouble. And the underlying collateral is going to be fire sold, I guess, one way of putting it. Well, they raised all that money on a concept, $2 billion, that hasn't happened yet. But they raised it. And of course, it's the reputation of Apollo, but it's a lot of people out there sensing that there's a lot of assets out there mispriced, and there's going to be an uppance which comes. And I think you can take that analogy to Greg McCabe. He's basically starting a private equity fund. He's starting a mutual fund, or I don't know about an ETF, but maybe that would be an analogy. So the question isn't what you're thinking, I don't believe, which is if he raises 600 million and he's got these puny assets in there, he's just going to have cash. Look what Cohen did with cash. He took that book value from well under $5 to $20 or $22 a share. Of course, it was by sucking money out from the suckers, us. But there's ways that once you're a big company with money, you can create value. And I'm not saying he's going to do that. I think the key is, and unlike that disallocation fund from Apollo where you have to wait for an event, I think Greg is going to be, as soon as he has the money, he's going to be able to go buy assets. He's probably got a whole list. The tier 1 assets, tier 2, and he'll go down it. And he might have companies. He might have fields that are producing, but then have locations that when oil's $30 to $60, those reserves, they're not that interesting. But if oil's $100 to $150, those reserves suddenly become highly profitable. So my point is, people aren't investing in next Bridge Hydrocarbons for yesterday or for what the book value and the cash flow is today. And they're not investing because of the cash value after the money is raised. They're investing in where the money is going to go. They're investing in the capabilities to put together assets that are going to cash flow magnificently and grow. And those assets are going to, I bet those assets come into the company at good prices. Maybe even contracts have already been signed over the next 3 to 6 months. By the end of the year, you've got a company that really has an NAV that maybe it's not $15 a share, maybe it's $13.75, or it could be $18, $20 a share, but it's growing. And it's all about the projections. And you've never seen it, trust me, in these markets, because there's no price discovery. It used to be in the markets all the time where the stocks traded above what they were worth. Companies traded far above what they were worth based on ideas and future performance. And money was raised well above metrics based on what they were going to do with the money. And I think that's the dynamic that's going on here. I hope that answers it. I'm sorry I didn't do a good job of answering. Richard K. Hi, William and Lucky. Very happy with today's S1 news, but not popping the champagne until it is official. Well, there's nothing more official than filing the S1. I guess what you mean is the price is official. That's fair enough. Um, that document, that red herring, they are going to. It says final document. I believe it's going to be approved. So I think it's just a matter of process that becomes approved, and then you don't put out a prospectus like that unless you've canvassed your clients and you've circled allocations. It might be a soft circle, but if you're going that far, it's probably a hard circle. And I think they probably already know where the money's coming from. You know, thinking about it, it may be some of the brokerage firms or the smaller players who have been caught short in this fraud. They want to limit their losses, and you know, maybe they sold stock that didn't exist. Maybe they didn't realize it. Maybe it's just a systemic thing in the 1, 2, 3, 4 range, and maybe some at 8. So maybe they've got a portfolio of trouble at a $5 number. And if they put in the money at 15, at least they've limited their cost on some of that at $10. And they're long. I mean, it could do better. So that might be a source of some of the capital out there, you know, accepting they lost, taking their losses. Remember, these big pools of money and the brokerage firms who are going to have losses, they get to write it off. So they probably, you know, at least half of it, it doesn't really cost them net, maybe more depending on accounting practices. And they get to continue the counterfeiting game in other stocks, all parts of that system. So it's just, even if to us it seems like a huge amount of money, you know, they'll work it off, and they'll survive. So, but you know, it might be that some of those pools of money, hedge funds, are going to just go in and buy at 15 to limit their risk. Or it's what I first said, that there's institutions and just wealthy guys, wealthy pools of money that want to be in oil and gas. Now that they recognize that this thought that oil's going to go to $15 or nothing forever because no one's going to use it, it's just a screwball thought. And I think there's a lot of people out there under owning oil and gas. And one way to own it and own some upside is to go with Greg. So I guess what you mean by official is the price. I think the prospectus is official and it will be approved and the process will go forward. But the price, you know, the other gentleman and yourself both, you know, it could be lower. You know, when I almost brought, when I was a young man, I almost brought a company public. I got all involved in the process, and the bankers argued with each other. So the day it was going to float, they canceled it. And oh my God, I thought I was going to be the next, you know, person that married Michelle Pfeiffer. But I've seen, I've seen where a whole pricing is ready to go at a price and then it can stop. So you're right about that. It can just blow up. The other is you can put out, the ranges of stock prices then used to be sort of $12 maybe 15, and then $20 sometimes. But it might be priced at 12 or 15, and actually the day it happened, the offer might be 12 or 15, something like that, but it might be priced at 10. And it was based on demand. And I don't think that kind of demand exists anymore in these low price stocks. And that's where I think Trump, once he disengages from what the Israeli lobby wants him to do, I think he needs to turn to fixing our markets as a national security crisis so that there's capital formation and we can compete in the world. I mean, we're a great country. We should be able to. Anyway, Richard, sorry, long rambling answer. Jason Harbison, super proud of the team. Railtown AI technology for shipping rail engine, a simple and scalable backend for agents and apps, auto bettings, full text research, MCP servers, and Pi masking. That makes me think of something. Let's see if they filed their report today. And then I'll try to find that too. I don't know what's wrong with my... I'm going to turn off Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi might have been canceled. I'll just turn it off. See if that helps. All right, that worked. So now let me see if this goes. Okay, there it is. No, they didn't file their monthly progress report. All right, so let me try. I wonder where you found that. Let me try Corey on LinkedIn, and maybe that will show up. Invest in your career with premium. I did have premium. I thought. All my automatic payments are probably bouncing. I'm a pretty impressive guy. Gosh. All right, let me see if he said that. No, but there's Railtown Technologies. So if I click that, maybe I'll find your comment. There it is. Railtown. All right, let's see. Jamie B. I'll show it to you. Good catch, Jason. Here's the Jamie B from Railtown AI Technologies. And it looks like it's an hour ago or 3 hours ago. I'm going to say like, and I'm going to repost. So it says Jamie B, the Thoid, engineering at Railtown AI. He's a YC alum. Is that Yale? Yale College? Super proud of the team. Railtown AI Technologies. Super proud of the team for shipping Rail Engine, a simple, scalable back end for your agents and apps. Auto embeddings, full text search, MCP servers, PII masking, and more. But wait, there's more. If you're building agents or you want an agent built to solve your business problem, let's talk. Thank you, Jason. That's great. Jason Harbison. New LinkedIn post Corey commented on. Oh, he did? I don't see any comments. I don't see any. How do you find comments? I just don't see them, but maybe I hit comment. Be the first to comment. No way, Jose. So I don't see a comment, Jason, but maybe I don't have the right, check mark on my service. I don't know. I don't see it. Corey replied with rockets. Oh, up top. I see it. All aboard. Rail engine, rail engine. He's like Ward. Michelle. No, sorry, Michael. Hey, sad to see 5.5 came and went and no $55. Yeah, that's a good memory. That was my projection that on 5.5 it would be 55. But I would submit to you, Michael, that you're right. I was wrong. But I don't think the price is wrong. I think the timing's wrong. You're right about that. But I think you're about to see at some point look, Michael, over the last year, almost a year, not at every time, not in August, not in December, not in January, but over periods of time, I've had urgency. And I didn't make it up. It didn't come out of just, let's go hype everything. There were reasons, but they didn't materialize. And I think one of the reasons was that if AIP ever closed, there would be a break in the quiet period. I'm sorry to use the word, but the quiet period. It didn't happen because in the meantime, they got involved with TELUS. And that quiet period hasn't ended. So that urgency never occurred. And it didn't occur by May 5th. You're exactly right. The prohibition against whales and insiders and some investment bankers and maybe some private equity and large clients in general around AIP and all their companies and Railtown and around OMERS and around Mavericks, they can't buy the stock. That hasn't stopped. So I thought it would be long over with, but it wasn't and hasn't. That's one thing. The other thing is the roll-up of the revenues at AIP. You've got now apparently 500 million in revenues in those companies, and they want to use the strategy of acquiring those companies, consolidating them, a la Constellation Software. I should have thought that would have started in the summer or in the third quarter. It hasn't happened yet. And it makes sense it hasn't happened yet. The stock's 35 cents. But it will happen. The other thing is the TELUS deal, as it became clear, I don't know how to express it. It wasn't just a feeling, but that TELUS was going to, for lack of a better word, flip the switch, ramp it up, end of the third quarter, fourth quarter, January, February, first quarter, never happened. So you're saying that I'm not clairvoyant. I admit that. I'm not clairvoyant. I can't tell when these people are going to do what they say they're going to do in public announcements. I can't predict that. But I think that's timing. And I've been wrong on that. I hate it, but I've been wrong. But it has allowed us as a group to build our position to 20,800,000 shares. And if you're trying, Michael Haight, to spread hate toward me that somehow my analysis of Railtown is all completely worthless because I made a prediction that it would be $55 by May 5th, and it's wrong. Well, I would submit to you, if people get out of it because that prediction was wrong, it's just a complete non sequitur. It doesn't make any sense. What's going to happen with Railtown is going to happen with Railtown, regardless of what I say or if I'm wrong on the timing. I think you will see the stock soar, and you're going to see why I was so urgent. Turns out I was way early. But if at any one of those times it had in fact broken through, you're about to see what I was afraid of happening. That's my opinion. But, Michael Haight, I guess all of the research, the due diligence, the market, the potential revenues, that looks like more than potential on contracts, I guess you throw that all out of the window because I made a clever prediction that on 5/5 it would be 55. I think I'm sorry that I made you sad. I really am. It hurts me that you're so sad. One of my motives of doing that was to give people a big target, and I held off on that for a long time. But I used 55. Frankly, my targets that I used to come up with were multiples of that higher. And I don't spend a lot of time talking about that because it sounds crazy. But I did put up 55 back then because the stock was under attack. And I didn't want people to get shaken out by fear, uncertainty, and doubt by the criminals crushing the stock price, and people just get out for no reason other than the stock's going down. So I wanted to give a bigger picture and a bigger target, which I still believe in. It's still my target, 55 smackers. But right now, I don't know. For a while there, I was worried that the company would be sold and the $55 valuation would happen in the belly of a hyperscaler. But now I don't think that's the case. And so when can it get to 55 without a takeover or without I don't know. Trying to think if there's another clever way to use 55 and I could pick a different one. How about $99 by 9/9 or $112 by 12/12 this year? How about that? It'll make you sad though if you count on it. And Michael, I don't want you to be sad. For you to be sad, it makes me sad. Particularly a guy who has such well-meaning towards the investors here in the community. You're the last person I'd want to make sad. Jason Harbison, Corey replied with rockets. HD Maiko, it was amazing to watch the trading in GTC today. A high over 8 and now below 2 with multiple hots. I purchased 10K more shares under 3. Crazy manipulation. Well, that's actually, that might make sense. I mean, the way I interpret it, the squeeze is over and they'll move on to one of the other stocks. But you might be right. Maybe they've shorted this down and they're going to get caught with a big position when that blockchain valuation becomes clear to the market at whatever, $15 a share, whatever it is. Maybe more with not blockchain, sorry, Bitcoin is, or Ethereum, whatever it is, it's up. So maybe you're right. The time to average down is now. You wouldn't want to do that with Railtown. You wouldn't want to average down when Railtown's down because, you know, I don't know why you don't like Railtown that much. HD Miko, I did listen to you, William, and hold my 500 shares in NextBridge. Bravo. Bravo, 500 shares. If you're like me, you paid $8, so it's a lot of money. I only have a little over 4,000. Some of the people out there, they have huge positions. I think it's going to be a fruitful. I think we're very lucky to have Greg McCabe in charge. Donna M. I had to move my MMTLP from my Roth account to a taxable account. Also for NextBridge 2, I have 882 shares. That scares me what you're saying. So you believe because it's in the taxable account and they call it NextBridge, that you really have NextBridge? That's what scares me. You don't. If you moved it there, and your brokerage firm says you have NextBridge, they just changed the name from MMTLP to NextBridge. It's still just a chip. I hope that you moved it to the, what's it called? Xtrinity, Ofinity, Three Ninjas. What's it called? I can't think of it. But whatever the name of the transfer agent is, I hope you moved your shares to the transfer agent. The only place you have real shares for sure of NextBridge is if you put them at the transfer agent, or you had them delivered to you in paper form, in certificate form, and then it's registered at the transfer agent. Those are the only ways. Otherwise, if it's in your brokerage firm and they're just calling your MMTLP NextBridge, all you have is MMTLP. And it's probably 10 to 1. It might be more than that, but it's probably 10 to 1. In other words, let's say a Fidelity who apparently got caught out. Fidelity has X number of real NextBridge shares at the DTC. Then Fidelity kept, through their greed, kept selling additional shares with their real paymasters, the hedge funds, and Fidelity might have, instead, I don't know, let's say they had 10 million shares at the DTCC. They might have sold out to their system 100 million shares. Well, some people got their real shares, but then Fidelity said, we're not going to issue shares anymore. And so Fidelity has across its accounts, let's ignore what they delivered. They have 100 million shares of MMTLP with only 10 million shares of NextBridge held at the DTC, held at the transfer agent in the name of Fidelity, in street name at the DTCC. So Fidelity has a problem. They got 100 million shares of MMTLP in their books, but they only have 10 million shares of NextBridge according to NextBridge and the transfer's ownership. So they got a 10-to-1 problem. Well, one of the things, and I think Due Diligence was trying to help the system, the bad part of the system. One of the ideas is get it trading. What's her name? The blonde who went to work to be the head of compliance at that brokerage firm that's in every town. Not A.G. Edwards, the other one. She went to be the head of compliance. She got a payoff job. Jessica Hopper. She put out an email, I think, to Gary Gensler and said, why don't you just have it start trading like all the other times, or something like that. Because what they'll do is they'll move that big plot, that, let's say it's the 100-to-1, 100 million shares are in, they're actually called securities entitlements, but they're plastered out in the Fidelity system, but there's only 10 million shares at the DTC to back it up. Well, if the company just moves from being called MMTLP to NextBridge and NextBridge starts trading, well, the criminals can continue their games, driving it to zero, and Fidelity suddenly puts in everybody's account that 100 million shares of NextBridge, but they still only have 10 million shares of NextBridge to cover it. But they manage it, as I just found out, it's taken me forever. They manage that because they don't allow a run on the bank. And so they control the pace at which those 10 million shares are doled out and then bought back. They can buy some, and they're very careful with that. And as long as customers believe they really have NextBridge shares, customers sit with it. They never sell. Or that when they do sell, then Fidelity has to go in, take a house error, deliver share, do whatever they need to do. Or if the system's fine, they can just pay you, sell the stock to another person and not deliver, and then they still benefit by all the trading that happens from their crooked arm. It just goes on and on and on. But so what Fidelity and other brokerage firms have now done, in my judgment, they've taken the offending name MMTLP off the security entitlement, and they've called it Bridge Hydrocarbons. But I bet if you read in the fine print, well, I don't know. Maybe they have the chutzpah to say it's really shares of Bridge Hydrocarbon. I would say that's fraud, because there's no market to hide that in anymore. But Jessica Hoppa is saying, why, it's the way we've always done it. So Donna, if you have Bridge Hydrocarbons in your Fidelity account, in my example, it's just MMTLP, and it's just It's just a hope that you'll ever get a settlement. But if you did move it to NextBridge, then you have NextBridge. Now, what's interesting, my understanding is there's something like anywhere from 50 to 90 million shares of NextBridge shares unaccounted for. So using that Fidelity example and applying it to the whole brokerage system, I would imagine there could be 2 to 3 billion shares of NextBridge sold out in everybody's account. It's just sitting out there in everybody's account. But there's only let's call it 60 to 75 million shares real that exist of NextBridge. Well, somehow they're going to have to allocate. Are they going to do it by lottery? Are they going to have a bidding war for those shares amongst the brokerage firms? I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. As long as NextBridge stays, doesn't trade, that's a big issue. It's a big issue. But people had a chance to go get those shares. So maybe some lawsuits, maybe some of the smaller firms will automatically move shares on behalf of the firms that didn't get in trouble with leverage. But there's room, but people listened to due diligence. And it's a shame. It's a shame. But like I said, it also could be part of the money raised is going to be brokerage firms going and buying shares for real, that I don't know if they'll do it through their own name, but through an entity, then they can offset some of this phantom shares. But the pickle isn't over for the shorts, and the pickle isn't over for brokerage firms. But the most likely thing is a scramble. They got to come up with a system to allocate, in my example, let's say 75 million shares that are available. They got to allocate that 75 million shares across 2.5 billion security entitlements. How do they do that? I don't know. Bidding war, maybe. Lawsuits. Human interest stories. Lottery. I don't know. I would guess, Donna, thinking about it, the way that Popcorn and Cohen did with their respective companies, Greg might be able to raise money for the next few years, selling shares at high prices, so that these entities can clean up their books. And maybe that's the way people clean up the 75 million shares, but maybe it'll continue on the rest. That's interesting, actually, thinking about it. It might be a way that he's going to have sources of capital for a long, long time. The key is he just can never go start trading. Never. Then you'll have Roaring Kitty coming, trying to pump it up, and they'll do some crossing and helping. The problem isn't going away. And a lot of the scenarios I can think of are very good for us, including people that have MMTLP instead of NextBridge. It's not over, but I think it's really exciting for people that have their NextBridge at the transfer agent. I think it's really exciting. J-Dub, what's the news on MMTLP? Well, I think I've talked about it a lot. I'm not going to bore people here that, but one thing I will do is look up and see if NextBridge put out a PR piece for investors. I don't think they did, but I'll look. No, they didn't. So it's just, J-Dub, it's just they filed the red herring, the final prospectus for approval with the SEC to raise 40 million shares at $15. That's it. And it looks like it might happen in May, probably June. I think it's great. I think it's awesome. Let me see if there's the monthly filing for Railtown. Nope. Probably be tomorrow evening. Account settings. Double D is not welcomed in any space calls by the community. I didn't know that, account settings. Just FYI, no one trusts him now. Wow. I used to be the only one that didn't. Wow, that's amazing. Well, but he accomplished what he was trying to accomplish, unfortunately, I think. Julius Quinn, 40 cents possible this month? Yeah, unfortunately for me, but great for all of you. 40 cents is possible tomorrow. 40 cents is possible next Wednesday. 40 cents is possible in 2 weeks. But yes, 40 cents. As I think we've shown, timing it exactly is a little bit difficult, but I didn't do a chart. I'll try to do it for tomorrow. But I told everybody a week ago that when it broke down a bit there, that I thought it was going to go sideways to down next week, which it did all week. Partly that was because it was the end of the month. I guess it was 2 weeks ago I said that. But then this week, it's really hasn't, it's kind of more gone sideways and slightly upward. I think we're getting really close to the point where, it doesn't mean you couldn't have another spike downward. They're always lurking to try to make some short-term gains. But I think we're at the point where the stock is headed upward. But 40% is 40 to 44 range is probably a stall area, at least for a little bit of time. I'm trying to remember the chart where the 200-day moving average was last time I looked. I think it was around 38 cents. That's obviously that's what the computers are going to look at. But yeah, I think it doesn't really matter if it's 40 cents this month or not. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. It'd make everyone feel better a little bit, maybe. But that's not why we're in the stock. For what's it going to do by May 5th, 2026? To me, those are little, projections to keep everybody's interest and challenge thoughts. But the fact that it didn't go to 55.55, I don't think changes the story. It's just a little further out. And then you got to ask, why is it further out? If they didn't meet TELUS, would we be better off? Would it be better off that the company just did AIP and somebody else is dealing with TELUS? Would that be better? You'd rather that the news blackout ended and the stock's moving, but the ultimate move is maybe just to 21 because they didn't have the TELUS deal. Instead, the TELUS deal becomes the linchpin of a whole new universe, a whole new horizon, and it's taking longer probably to make sure the stack works and scales, maybe not just Railtown, but maybe to get Rail Engine. And that's interesting, who Jason just put up, that they posted that. Rail Engine took 2 months this year, where they finished it both months, whatever that means. And so maybe they were putting that on there and testing it. But my gosh, would it be better that the end of the news blackout happened because they didn't have anything better happening? This guy, and respectfully, Julius, yourself a little bit, it's very simple. I just have to keep repeating it. The stock price is down because anybody that knows the story, that means anything in terms of wherewithal, knowledge, and impact, can't buy it because they have material information that they know, and they cannot buy. They'll go to jail. They probably signed non-competes or standstill agreements or confidentiality agreements, and they just can't do anything. There's no buying from them because there's a news blackout. But it's good. The news is getting better and better all the time. Couldn't get much worse. And the stock is being crushed by manipulators who have short-term goals with high-speed trading, high frequency, and mental games. They get a penny a day, a half a penny. They cross, they spoof, they lie, they cheat. They take $1,000 out, 10 grand out a day. That's why it's here. And on top of that, there's no revenues yet because the bloody switch hasn't been turned at TELUS. Is it going to go to 40 cents this month? Well, you tell me when TELUS is going to turn the switch, Julius. You tell me that. When is TELUS going to flip the switch? It wasn't the third quarter, even though there were indications. It wasn't the fourth quarter. Maybe because Rail Engine wasn't ready. Or maybe they didn't have a large language model yet. Who knows? It wasn't the first quarter, which was a logical time. And now we're 2/3 of the way through the second quarter. And you want me to call it that it's going to happen, even though it hasn't yet? I would say yes, but it's just a prediction like, hey, I bet Frank Howard's going to hit a home run the next time he comes up. You tell me when TELUS is going to flip the switch and the material news is coming out, and I'll tell you when the stock goes up. But Julius, 40 cents, what do you care? I will tell you this. What makes it go to 40 cents this time is going to make it go to $1.20 and might make it go to $5 very quickly. So I don't know. I guess it's interesting. I would say yes. I think it's going to go to 40 cents this month. My answer is yes. Neil Gondik. Hi, Bill. Hi, Neil. HD Miko. GDC has a $10.75 offer on the table. I'm transferring some money as we speak here. I will take a quote from you. We will find out. You should print that on a shirt. That's a good idea, actually. All right, I'll take a picture to think of that. We will find out. That's not a bad idea for a shirt or a hat. GDC has a $10.75 offer on the table. Well, I hesitate to tell you that if that were true, the stock would be trading higher. It's trading like that deal might be off the table, but let me look it up. Let's look up what the news is. GDC Culture Group Limited announces formation of a special committee to evaluate preliminary non-binding going private proposal. See, that's meant to scare the shorts. That was 8 hours ago. 1 day ago, GDC Culture Group Limited announces receipt of preliminary non-binding going private proposal at US $10.75 per share. 7 days ago, GD Culture Group Limited provides business progress on AI interactive novel platform FATO, now available on Apple App Store. It's all of a manipulative pattern. AI's the hot thing. App Store. All right, it's gonna go. But people don't. It's the stock pool strategy. It's just in the modern era. It's been done before. So the idea is get in, get out. All right, let's see what this proposal was, what they said it was. Yesterday, dated May 1, from Wealthy Concord Limited and East Valley Technology Limited, the consortium, proposing to acquire all of the outstanding shares of the company's common for $10.75 share in cash. That's a nice deal. According to the proposal, the offer price represents a premium to the closing price of April 30. Okay, blah, blah, blah. The consortium collectively beneficially owns 5.5 something million shares of the company's common stock, representing 9.2% of the 60 million more than that, shares outstanding as of April 10th. The board intends to review and evaluate the proposal. The consortium has suggested that the board form a special committee of independent and disinterested directors to consider, evaluate, and negotiate the proposed transaction, and that such committee retain its own independent legal and financial advisors. The company cautions its shareholders and others considering trading in the securities that the board has just received the proposal and has not had an opportunity to carefully review and evaluate the proposal or make any decision with respect to the company's response to the proposal. There can be no assurances that any definitive offer will be received, that any definitive agreement will be executed, or that the proposed transaction or any other similar transaction will be approved or consummated. The company does not undertake any obligation to provide any updates with respect to any transaction except as required under applicable law. Okay, that's yesterday's story. Today's story, the company announced its board of directors has formed a committee consisting of 3 disinterested independent directors, namely Li Zhang, Yang Zhang, and Shuaheng Zhang. They may not be disinterested, but they sound related to each other, to evaluate and consider the preliminary non-binding proposal letter received on May 1, 2026 from the consortium formed by Wealthy Concord Limited and East Valley Technology Limited that proposes a going private transaction for $10.75 per share in cash. And then the rest is the same warning. So that's what it's out there, HD. I wish you luck. That's a 5x on your money. Maybe a little more, 6, 7x on your money, if it happens. And certainly your understanding of that offer and the opportunity is, I mean, that's what makes a market. 17 million shares traded today. I would suggest to you that that proposal and that committee were thrown over as bait to cause the stock to go up, like a stock pool. And 17 million shares represents computer trading up and down. And I would, it's at least possible that that offer will be rescinded. But maybe the reason the offer's there is because the Bitcoin or whatever coin is in the treasury really is worth something. And maybe they want to buy the company with that Bitcoin. And yeah, so maybe you're onto something, HD Miko, and I wish you luck with it. Neil Gondek, today TELUS announced expansion in Asia Pacific and Argentina to support growing demand for AI data. TELUS in 35 countries with 82,000 team members. The possibilities are endless with Railtown AI, Neil Gondek. AMD earnings yesterday beat expectations because of the revenue from data centers. That's another reason Corey didn't sign any exclusive deal with TELUS. Neil, look, the key thing, I think, which came across in the research yesterday, but I did throw that concept in, but it's out there. It doesn't make me a genius. To be agnostic or to be Switzerland, to be neutral, that makes Railtown huge, huge. It's amazing. And I think that's why Corey didn't sign any exclusive agreements. Because then you just limit yourself to the size of that one ecosystem. And there's a lot of ecosystems out there. But your point up here, Neil, that 35 countries, let's just have a flight of fancy there, Neil. And I admit, it's all hypothetical, I admit that. But let's say in one country, Canada, TELUS, Railtown, let's put it out 3 years. It's a little over 3 years. Let's say in the year 2030, the TELUS Railtown deal turns into 200 million ARR in 2030. Okay. And let's just say, Neil, let's just say, again, it's speculation, but let's just say TELUS becomes maybe not the de facto sovereign AI stack, but it becomes a sovereign AI stack of choice. And let's say TELUS loves the results of Railtown, and it's Canadian and it's neutral. So let's just say TELUS goes to 35 countries with their own data centers and their own business in 35 countries. Well, I don't know how big all those countries are. So let's say 25 countries. They go into 25 countries and they use TELUS data centers with rail. And some of it might go back to Canada, but it'll increase revenues. And let's just, for kicks and giggles, say 25 times 200 million. 3 or 4 years out. So 25 times 200 million, it almost makes one sound completely loony. But they have 35 countries with 82,000 team members, and it's TELUS, and they have the one sovereign data center in Canada, and it's TELUS, and they're going to do $2 billion by next year, end of next year, or by the end of next year. It's not totally preposterous. So let's say it's 200 million times 25. That's 5 billion, and we'll add the 200 million from Canada. This is 2030. $5.2 billion in revenue at 100%, Neil. What multiple goes on that? What multiple goes on that? Depends on how fast it's growing, you're right. It depends on how big the pie can be. It depends on how high the margin is, probably 100%. So I'll use what used to be an oil and gas multiple times cash flow, 7. So let's multiply it by 7. 5.2, and I'm sure it's still reasonable in oil and gas, times 7. So 7 times 5.2 billion gives you 36,400,000. This ink ain't cutting it. Your ink ain't cutting it. And we'll divide that by the fully diluted. That ink ain't cutting it either. I got to get new ink. Divided by 227 fully diluted. It's $160 a share. Obvious risk, Neil. It's heavily dependent on one customer, TELUS, and it's heavily dependent on TELUS expanding its AI business and data center business way beyond where it is today over the next 3 or 4 years. But I'm just using 25 of those countries So it's $160 a share. Let's get skeptical. I use 7 multiple, but let's get more skeptical. Let's take 4/5 of it away. That leaves $32 a share target in the near term. I mean, Neil, it's just the possibility of a big move here when the awareness is out there is just incredible. I thank you for pointing that out. Cyclop, glad I listened to you, Sir William. Safe and sound at AST. What is AST called? American Stock Transfer, but it has a name now. Equinity? Maybe it's Equinity. Equinity. Neil Gondak, AMD earnings yesterday beat. I already read that, but you're right. It's all about data centers. Lord of the Peen. GDC and NRGV has made moves in a short time, more than Railtown has done in half a year. TBH. What does TBH mean? TBH. I can't think what that means. Truth behold. That be, I don't know what TBH means. Well, Lord of the Peen, if you're a day trader, go at it. Go at it. Enjoy the rest of your life. You're not going to break out of it. You're going to be tied to a computer day trading. And if you love it, you love it. GDC has made a move up to 8, maybe higher pre-market, and now it's 150. So it made a move, but did you trade it? Did you get that $8, the $4, or did you lose? Are you in the position now where you got to double down? I don't know. NRGV has slowly been going up, and I think NRGV is probably an example of how when you get the bankers on your side, you have a reasonably saleable idea. You can raise a lot of money, and then you put that money to work, and hey, presto, you've got the company. And that's kind of what NextBridge is going to do. But yeah, Lord of the Peen, if that's how you measure the Railtown story, that Railtown since June, actually since November, 2 Novembers ago, Railtown is down, I don't know, 20%, and it's been higher, maybe 25%. And so you're going to judge the Railtown story because in a year and a half, the stock hasn't performed like GDC and NRGV. GDC has nothing. Apparently, it's got a treasury now of some either Bitcoin or Ethereum. It's interesting, but I still don't get why an investor would take a valuable asset and turn it into, I don't know. NRGV is a leveraged energy storage concept spread out across the globe. So they have a lot of personnel, a lot of travel. It's not concentrated to get synergy. I hate that word. And it's got a very small percentage of the energy market. So it's buffeted by all things. But what's happened over the last, since the power of this country decided that we had to launch an unprovoked attack, killing women and children. I reckon I've killed everything that's walked or crawled, but I'm here to kill you, little Bill. energy prices have gone up, and then data centers have demand for energy. So data centers in the AI space, the reason that we're investing in Railtown is AI. AI is causing the price of energy and the demand for stored energy to go up. And you dare to come here and say that is a reason why you shouldn't be in Railtown? How did you trade GDC, Lord of the Peen? How did you? Did you make money? Hey, can you teach everyone here how to trade? I doubt it. And NRGV has made a move. So what? So what? It's a meaningless comment, but thanks for making it. Neil Gondik, Argentina has 160,000 software professionals. Wow. Wow. See, Neil, you bring up another point. Railtracks is growing. We don't know how much. We saw posted a picture that after one night at a hackathon, it went to 2,300 downloads for developers, software professionals. But that was 3 or 4 weeks ago. The reports are they all loved it, but we don't know if that 2,300 has gone to 5,000. It might be at 40,000 right now. But it's interesting. And just one country has that many. There's 30 million software engineers or software developers worldwide. 30 million. HD Miko, GDC was up over 8 in regular hours. Yeah, I saw it 8 and an 8th, I think. Let me see. But you didn't sell. I'm not criticizing. I wouldn't have sold either. But that's my point. It's interesting. Hey, it was up. But unless you sold, you're just in the audience. It's something to clap about. Yeah, I'm sorry, not an 8 and an 8th. It went to $8.1799. But my gosh, that's the kind of stock I want people to get out of. It goes all the way up there at 8, and you think, finally, I have something I can rely on. You go to lunch and you drive home, and what? It closed at 124? Yeah. I'm telling you, it's very hard to make money, even though it went up and had a move, as Ball Peen Hammer said. I saw a guy make a move on his mama. Doesn't change anybody's life. Lord of the Peen. As a matter of fact, I'd prefer Ryan Cohen use half of his cash position and buy out Railtown. Let GME use their AI tech. So you're just top money. Look, how much money does Ryan Cohen have? I guess I have to find that out, darn it. Which one of those companies does he run? AME? GM? All right, let me see. GameStop. Cash on balance sheet. You're just wasting your life with these stocks, in my opinion. I feel like I've wasted my life with them. 9.4 billion. So you want them to use half that cash to buy out Railtown. So let's call it 5 billion. So 5 billion, well, it's not. Let's be exact. You said 9.4 billion divided by half. So 47, I hate this, 4.7 billion. So 4.7 billion divided by 227 million shares gives you $21, just under $21 a share. And that's what you would prefer? That Railtown goes from being a unicorn with nimble, with the greatest setup, a setup that might rival even the big companies from their start to their valuations today. You'd rather just put it in GameStop with Ryan Cohen because he's such a genius. Can I tell you something, Ball Peen? Railtown's not for sale for $21 a share. Railtown is not for sale for $21 a share. So you can rather it, but you're going to find out Railtown's not going to do that. They're not going to bail out a boring pile of cash with a CEO that's supposedly a genius. Here's his idea. Why don't we compete with Amazon, whose business model is falling apart in the AI transformation? Why don't we compete with Amazon in the GameStop space? Why don't we take what used to be a booming business in brick and mortar and let's buy E-Trade. They're doing great. That's a new idea, isn't it? I mean, I think it's a reasonable idea. You're just going to build a company that has cash flow, keeps him employed, keeps him on the front page, keeps him traveling first class. He might be able to have the great family life and kids go to school, and he's going to be lauded everywhere he goes. But you got a stock that might double in the next few years. And I know his goal's to 10x it, but hey, have fun with it. You will get so bored with it, you'll be out trying to day trade something else. But hey, have fun with it. But Ryan Cohen doesn't have the genius or the brain power, in my judgment, of Corey Brandolini or Marwan Haddad or John Ruffalo or Mike Norbrega or the Mike L from BlackBerry. Just take your half-assed ideas and go on stock twits. Ward Richardson, William just found out on Claude that Zaid LinkedIn account says when TELUS opened the data center back, Ward, that's bad information. It's bad information. I got that same answer. And I challenged it. I said, how can they be at capacity? They've only got 4 or 5 customers. And the computer came back and said, oh, you're right. Good catch. That's what Zaid said in a post. And the computer said that maybe he meant, I forget how the computer danced around it, but that maybe what Zaid was referring to was some other capacity. But no, it's not at capacity. It's not at capacity. Well, maybe it was the capacity for how many NVIDIA stacks they had at that time. Maybe that's true. But anyway, I can't find it quickly, but I pushed back on it, and they came back and said, "Oh, you're right. It was just what he said on a post. It's not confirmed that it's at capacity, and in fact, the data center probably isn't at capacity." But I'll try to find that and send it to you. The answer I got. So let me finish. Real William just found out that Zion LinkedIn account saying that TELUS opened their data center back in September 24, and the center was filled to capacity by the end of December, 80% ahead of all right, I got to go through these. T. Alex, no sound, or is it just me? No, you were just blessed without having to hear me. I did block the sound because I had to go next door to track down a package. And there was when I was talking to somebody else. So sorry about that. Lord of the Peen on the phone. T. Alex, thanks. Ward Richardson, ahead of schedule. They thought it would take 18 months to fill to capacity. It might be he was talking about a different data center. Let's leave that open because it doesn't make sense. But it might make sense. Maybe they just haven't announced that they're coursing revenue through their data center using Railtown, and Railtown's building up all this revenue, but they're not announcing it. It just doesn't, it doesn't pass the, I think it's a hallucination or it's a misreading of his post. I don't know. Call me skeptical. Obviously I could be wrong. All right, no CSE filing. Donna, hello, Ward. Excellent news. Alan Weiss. Hi, Alan. I still have all my shares at AST. Yay! 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 You're smart, Alan. You're smart. That's great. I'm going to try to get an answer to what Ward said. He could be right. But that's awesome, Alan. I'm so happy to hear it. Awesome. The thermite grenade. All right. How would having shares AST work out since you can't trade them from there? Everybody's a day trader. What are you trading with MMTLP? The stock doesn't trade. MMTLP doesn't trade, and NextBridge doesn't trade, and it's not going to trade. Thermite grade. I've never heard of it. Grande. I don't know what that. I can't pronounce it. But your next at AST, that's a private placement. You're in a stock that you can't. You're in an investment you can't touch until the cycle goes through. But you know what happens in oil and gas? You build up a company like NextBridge. You build it up from $500 million to $5 billion in assets and growing, and somebody buys them out. Or you sell off assets and you make cash distributions. You're exactly right. If you're hooked on trading, it's not a stock for you to be in. But are you going to trade MMTLP? No. No. And you're not going to get cash distributions for MMTLP. There'll be lawsuits. There's something like probably 60 to 80 million shares that are not accounted for that are going to pay dividends. And if the brokerage firms, let me go back to that Fidelity example. Let's say in 3 years, NextBridge makes a cash distribution of $5 a share because they sold an asset. And that same example, Fidelity only has 10 million real shares. So they get $5 a share for 10 million shares. That's $50 million. But they have to distribute $50 million across 100 million shares. They have to distribute $500 million. Are they going to do it? Maybe. Maybe. It's going to eat into their profits. But I would argue they won't. I would argue they won't. So why do you want to trade? Now, frankly, I think, and I would propose that to Greg, if I were running a company, I would make a market in my own shares, and the SEC might say you can't. So I would set up whatever the rules are. I would set up a separate entity, arms length, Chinese wall, to make a market. And I'd probably only open the market up for an hour. Maybe every day for 1 hour. And then I make it paper shares only. And it gives time to reconcile everything. That's what I would do. I might make that suggestion to him because the AI is telling me what a genius I am. But anyway, if it ever does go public, which I hope it never does, you can trade in the United States at the transfer agent. Also, should you wish, you can put it in an electronic system. But I think there will be a secondary market for shares. And if the company starts cash flowing, maybe they'll put out offers to buy their own shares back. So there's a lot of options out there. So your need to trade because you're a day trader, get over it. By the way, this financial period of day trading from the COVID time onward, it's a symptom of the top of a market. It's an end of an era. And the United States attacking in the Middle East is an end of an era. The world knows that the United States cannot defend its dollar, let's just be blunt, around the world anymore. You just saw a fast forward to the future. It could have taken decades, but it happened because of Benjamin Netanyahu. And at least you're on the side of the righteous. But you're going to pay a cost, and that cost is going to be, there's no alternative to the dollar right now. But man, you don't think Russia's building an alternative to the SWIFT system. China's building an alternative to Visa and MasterCard. It's called MIR. And China and Russia already trade with gold. I would argue the largest holder of gold in the world by far is China. Russia's probably got more gold than they're saying. Get ready for the Novosibirsk monetary system, or the I don't know, Shanghai monetary system, or they'll pick something in between, the Tashkent Bretton Woods system. Get ready for it, and your life is going to change, and you're going to still be day trading. That's a waste of a life, my friend. Unless you're really good at it, and if you're trading these stocks, you're not good at it. Ward Richardson. Donna, hello, Donna. Yes, that is great news. Fractions of Jupiter is. Isn't that the present tense of to be? Is. I'm just being. Is. Fractions of Jupiter. Do you think the addition of Zaid Atofat Shamsi to Railtown's advisory board is a positive catalyst for the future? I think it's a positive catalyst right now, but yes, absolutely. Do you understand what it means, fractions? Or could mean, I guess. But the guy that built the first Canadian sovereign AI factory and created the TELUS stack inside of that factory we know with NVIDIA at HPE, and we know they have one of their little tools in there. I think it's called FireIX. They bought it or they created it. And we don't know who the large language model is, but we do know it's Railtown. So what does that mean? It means that he saw something. If you have a NVIDIA chip that's massively expensive, a data center that's massively expensive, and you bring in HPE and these other things, all expensive, and you build it out, it's ready to go. If you don't have those three things, I got to look up Ward's text to me. I can only remember two of them. Prompt, context, and harness engineering. You need the harness engineering. And what does it say to you that the guy that built that sovereign AI factory in the top 100 around the world, by the way, wanted to join the advisory board of Railtown? Of course, it's a great catalyst. I think it means Railtown and TELUS are going to be joined at the hip, unless he quits TELUS, and then I would change my mind. I think Railtown and NVIDIA and TELUS might be co-joined for a long time. And I think it says something that he sees something about the rail engine harness. I think it's huge, but I don't think it's the future. Maybe it is. Maybe it's the now. I think it happens now. And I already, to my looking at the stock, it feels like it's already firming up. David, I'm in Railtown, but if you don't think most are going to sell when this goes up, I believe we are sadly mistaken, and it will short squeeze a bit, have a bit of a run, and then they will attack it again. Well, so you have a half-assed idea of what's going on, and you feel like you have to post it as a warning to everybody. Aren't you a pal? It's, David, do I have to comment on how infantile that point of view is? You say you're in Railtown. I hope you are, and I hope you don't sell it. And then you're saying, if I don't think people are going to sell when it goes up, I'm sadly mistaken. Yeah, there'll be some sellers, but I'm going to fight it unless the news changes. I'm going to fight it all the way. Now, look, if it gets up to 15, 20, 25, 30, that's a different story. You've already got your 20, 25x. But I don't want people selling at $1 or $2 or $3 or $5. That's when it's going to be the most volatile. That's when guys like you are going to try to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And that's what's going to be in people's head. These meaningless comments based on nothing. Well, don't you think you should sell? They're going to bring it back down. You better get out. Why? Ride out the storm. Ride out the storm. Or if you want to day trade it, live dangerously. And Railtown will short squeeze, have a bit of a run, then they will attack it again. So you think it's a short squeeze story? You're right. Railtown could short squeeze. I hope not. I hope not. And if it does, I'm going to have to come up to you and show different scenarios and leave it to people how they trade it. But if you're saying Railtown's like a GDC, you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. And with all respect, David, I'm glad you own it, but you don't know the story. And I think it would be insulting to the rest of the people here if I gave you any attention more on your comment. But thank you for it. T. Alex, RT has a very influential board who has invested money. This is not a Mickey Mouse team. This stock is building a solid company and will be a hold and sell as you need for the future. I agree with you, T. Alex. I think you said it very well. These guys aren't here to flip or to satisfy ball peen Hammer's need for the next trade. They are here to build, I think, a legacy company. But it's ironically, or more substantially, I think a lot of people involved there are here to try to build Canada through this vehicle and others. It's not the only vehicle. But I think people here, like this last guy talking about short squeeze and day trading and all this, they don't understand. GDC doesn't have what? They have some Ethereum and it's worth $15 a share. So someone's going to offer $10.75 and try to get the arbitrage? Maybe. And the offer is non-binding. It doesn't sound like they're trying to prime the pump on a stock pool. Maybe. Railtown has behind it a $300 billion annual spend on software worldwide and growing. Railtown has behind it all software ever created, and particularly everything since the App Store has to be replaced and upgraded and replaced with AI. Everything. And nations are competing with each other to win in this space. That makes whatever the amount of coin is involved at GDC look like punk's money. I mean, it's important maybe for GDC, but Railtown's in this gigantic wave, which is growing. And as far as I can see, they're the only surfboard in the water. There might be some others. We'll find that out as the t-shirt's going to say. But it could be a unicorn, which is where I'm leaning now. Ward convinced me of that. But it also could be bought out. But if it's bought out, they lose neutrality. Unless maybe Anthropic buys them out, who currently has a reputation of throwing their nose up at the CIA. But I can't, if Telus bought them, they might get away with it. not Telus, sorry. Well, Telus, sure, but I meant the other one, Tesla. But I think the path for Railtown is independence and being neutral. And that is a standalone. And you're exactly right. This is a company that eventually could be throwing off a dividend annually that could be not only many multiples, it could be tens of multiples of your original investment in the company. And you could live on it the rest of your bloody life, mate. Now we're dreaming. Now we're in the category of vision and dreaming. But it's possible. Fractions of Jupiter. It's an interesting name. Jupiter is a fascinating planet along with Saturn. They're both well, anyway. I am buoyed by the projections for total addressable market in the long term. I do worry, however, that data centers will add to the solar panel driven climate change mess. Well, if what you mean by solar panel climate change, you're the first person that has said something that I brought up at a APSO dinner where I met Bianca Jagger and asked for her phone number, and she gave it to me, but it wasn't for that reason. I still have it somewhere. But I sat next to a really smart woman who might have been from Morgan Stanley, but she might have been, now I can't remember. She might have been from one of the big schools, but I sat next to her at dinner or lunch, or I think it was dinner that time. And she asked a question, made a point about how solar panels and other alternatives were where we should go. But she actually raised her hand and said, how about if we put satellites in space that concentrate the sun with giant collectors of sunlight and then beam that energy back down to Earth? And everyone thought it was a great idea, and they were all very pleased with themselves. And as dessert came or it got quiet, I turned to her and I said, that's really interesting as an alternative as far as it goes. But it seems to me, if you're bringing energy to the planet that otherwise would be reflected by the clouds and the atmosphere back into space, but you're bringing it in through a satellite that beams the sun back down in concentrated form to avoid burning coal, aren't you bringing sunlight to the planet that's going to increase the amount of sunlight and energy that's trapped by the planet? Aren't you going to heat up the planet? I went on, said it better probably, but she continued to sort of eat. She got smaller in her, she said, She didn't have an answer, and I said, well, maybe I'm wrong, because I didn't want to have a conflict. But you're the first person that I've ever heard have that point of view, if that's what you meant. Data centers are going to destroy data centers have the potential to really do damage on the planet because of their energy consumption. But I would be hopeful that some data centers are going to be in space, and then you're using the sun out there or nuclear power, and it's no threat to Earth. I think a lot of data centers and the energy required, I think, I have no basis for this, but I think the data centers are going to have kind of a Moore's law, and there are going to be better chips, and they're over. I would be more worried that eventually these data centers become white elephants because new technology brings the data center down to the size of a garage. But I don't know. Yeah, I think you're right to worry. We're going to consume a lot of energy to save 100,000 pictures of our dog online, and we're going to do it. So you're right to worry, but it's. I don't think it's going to stop what's ahead for Railtown because we're going to do it. The world's going ahead. We're going ahead. Lord of the Peen. Serious and honest question. Be transparent. Why aren't you sponsored by Quaker Oats? You literally look exactly like the guy, and I'm sure you can cook up good oatmeal. You'd stay out of debt. Well, I don't have debt. I mean, I don't have any new debt. Lord of the Peen, I trusted a person. I signed a contract and trusted that my house would be. Anyway, I don't want to go through it. It bores me. But as a result of, I would politely say, people I relied on disappointing me. I'm not blaming anybody, I'm not angry. I did end up squandering assets. Now, I didn't do it, but I had no cash at that time. So the penalty I had for having zero cash, having some partners that I was working with literally break the law and cheat me. At the same time, my father went into hospice. At the same time, other projects I was working on were, like I just said, I got cut out of, but there was another major one that I had to put my liquid assets up in defense of the investors in that project. Frankly, I don't know why the person that she left at least $1.5 million on the table herself, but she's wealthy and she can throw away money the way she throws away men. But I left at least $1.5 million. If I'd been able to finance it all myself with cash flow, I left probably 2.5, 3 million on the table. And so the net of that experience is going from, having a few obligations that in the context of things are completely reasonable. All of a sudden, it's difficult. But that debt from that time is from that time. I don't go into debt. I don't borrow. I don't spend things I don't have. There's times in business that I rely on the fronting of money in order to go get a deal done or something. But I don't have debt. I don't go into debt. Do I have to answer this anymore? Because I think the rest of it is a completely bullshit question. And I don't know what being transparent has anything to do with it. I don't think I look like the Quaker Oats guy. I have white hair and I'm an old guy. Okay, very clever. Lord of the Peen, did you actually manage to give the guy upstairs his package? You got to make sure it's packed in good. UPS always mess up. Why do I even do this? What value are you adding here? Giuseppe. Hi, William. Hi, everyone. Hi, Giuseppe. Giuseppe, Telus reports before market open on Friday, 8:30, but the conference calls at 1:30. That's very interesting. That it could be as simple as that conference call at 1:30 to start a chain reaction, slow moving at first and then accelerating. On the other hand, it could be another month. You know, I'm not a seer. I don't mind making predictions because that keeps things interesting in terms of time. But it's like, you know, I don't golf, but I imagine like it's like when you go out golfing. Hey, I bet you're going to make that in one shot or something. You know, it doesn't change the skill of the golfer. PS71, hello, Sir Bill. Hello, how are you? Good to see you here. Giuseppe, you haven't gotten here yet, but when you do, I really hope you ignore the moron that preceded me. I think his name is Peon. You caught me out. I didn't ignore him, but I moved. Other than his first question, I kind of moved on from his 3 or 4. Sorry about that. I'll erase him by the end of the call. Pete the Geek bought one more share. Yay! I put your other one in that total that we had. I love it, Pete. I like that picture. I guess it's at the Acropolis. PS 71, need about 20 minutes. David, MM. Okay. Giuseppe, build, feed, observe. That's on their website. The build is rail tracks. The feed is rail engine. And the observe is conductor. Am I right? It's on their website. Joker of Babylon. Holy shy. I didn't know the Quaker Oats guy was still alive. I didn't either. PS71, ignore the 20 minutes comment. Giuseppe, ladies and gentlemen, get excited. It's going to be gig and tick. It's going to be gigantic. Joker of Babylon, monumental push, Railtown, right up your... Thank you, Joker of Babylon. I guess you're a good guy, I bet, around the house. Ricky Brogan, I read that post that Corey liked about, commented with the whatever. What I liked, it seemed like the tone which answered I felt was very bullish. Yeah, I would say Corey's extremely bullish. Ricky Brogan, I feel we don't have much more time to add it. I agree with that. Snoopy, Hey, Snoopy, hang on. Hey, Bill and gang, how are you? Asif Khan, how are you? You have 7,000, all right. Asif Khan, 7,000, you're the best. Good job. Welcome aboard. I'm sure you've been on for a while, but thank you for letting us know. That's awesome. Unknown Stuntsman. Hi, Uncle Bill. Hi, Steve. David Fitzgerald. Shut up. Thank you, David. Thanks for sharing that. You know, that you took the time to tell me shut up. All right, I'll shut up. Oh, Ted Turner died. I saw him once. I was walking in New York City, and he was much younger. I was too, but I saw him walk, and he wasn't walking that quickly, but determinedly. But I saw him walk down a big, long part of the block, and then by me and keep going. And he had a woman with him. I could hear him talking. I forget what they were saying, but that's too bad. God, Archie, Megan's son, is 7 years old. Time flies. Dishwasher safe sex bot. Have you checked out? No, I'm not going to check that out. You're a joker, and I'm sure it's probably not. It's something bad. Adele, sorry, William, just got here. Has anyone mentioned the NextBridge S1 for $15? Yeah, we can talk about it again. Adela, 40 million. Adela, William, block the shills. Okay, the first shill I'm going to block is the Joker. He's blocked. The other shill I'm going to block is Lord of the Peen. He's blocked. And I think those are the only two. I'm not going to block David because I think he's just a misguided, well-meaning guy. And I don't know about David Fitzgerald. He told me to shut up. Should I block him or give him leeway that he's just in a bad mood? I'll leave him alone. But so Adela, yeah, we talked about the NextBridge S1. I'll give you just boom, 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 boom. I think it's great. I think he is going to be able to raise the money. And I think people that own NextBridge at the transfer agent are going to have a $15 stock, maybe more out of the gate. But, you know, maybe it's priced at 12. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's expanded to $18 and $1 billion. That's how confident I am that I think they'll raise the money. Am I right? Who the heck knows? But I think the place to be is oil and gas. And I think that for institutions and wealthy people, the way to get in is this kind of pool of money with a guy that probably already has all sorts of projects lined up. It's the way to do it. Get in on the ground floor, get cash flow, have locations to drill out, know how you're going to expand it. It's beautiful. I think it's a great news for people that own NextBridge at the transfer agent. I think it brings up complex issues for people who still have MMTLP, which is probably called NextBridge at brokerage houses. The commitment by the company to not trade the stock is spot on. I hope they never change it. Never change it. I think Wall Street is hoping they start trading and they can hide all of their mistakes in an inflated float. And I think Greg's too smart for that. But there's always the risk. Someday it'll trade, but it'll be at much higher prices. But it also brings up for MMTLP, I guess, three broad points. One is there may be entities out there exposed to MMTLP that actually finance this deal just to cap their losses. Like, I don't know if Davenport Securities, for example, has exposure. It's a great company, and I'm sure they don't play games like Fidelity or some of the others, and maybe they just come in, cap their losses at 15. Maybe. That's one interesting thought. The other is that what does the street do when all of a sudden their so-called NextBridge that they've put in everybody's account is just MMTLP? What happens when NextBridge is visibly valued at 15 bucks? Do they start having to put all those chits out there at 15 bucks, even though they can't trade it? They might. They might. But I don't think they will. But they'll get sued to do it, probably. Hey, NextBridge is worth $15 in that public offering. How come you have it in our account at zero? It should be $15. It's an interesting problem that they're going to have to solve. I think they'll just walk away from it. The other problem that has to be solved is there are empty seats on the bus at Xfinity or whatever it's called, Trifinity. And how do you fit 2 billion potentially or more fake seats into 75 million seats? I don't know. It's going to be interesting to watch. But for those of you who own, and I hope you do, Adela, own your shares at NextBridge, I think it's fantastic. I think over the next 5 or 10 years, this investment could be extraordinarily valuable for you. And what happens as you build oil and gas companies and you do well, the big guys come and buy you. So it might not be a situation where you have to wait that long. Ricky Brogan, Thales is getting up close, $13 last I looked. That must be in the United States, I guess. There are questions. The reason Thales trades at an 8 or 9% dividend, they have a lot of debt. And I do think there is a race, but there's also a fight for the winner. You know, they're fighting Bell Canada and Rogers Communications, and they've also made a big bet on these data centers. So they've got a new guy coming in, and he's a financial guy. He's also seems to be an AI guy. So one way to go is to ramp up revenue and pay down debt. But another way is to cut the dividend and pay down debt and ramp up revenue. So I think that's why the stock is not higher than it is. I would love Thales right now to buy us at $26 or, $40 a share, where we would get that huge dividend. But I don't think that's going to happen right now. Um, I think TELUS is a good dividend play, but it has the risk that that 8% dividend goes to 6% or 5%, not because the stock price goes up, because the new guy cuts the dividend to pay down debt. Unknown. Steve, the tiger symbol was Krispy Kreme. Did I break them? Oh, that ticker symbol, D-nut. The ticker symbol was donut, Krispy Kreme. Yeah, I love those. But I try to stop eating them. Adelep, I don't know what I put down for you, if anything. So I will check. Oh no, that's Nextbridge. Adelep. 68,348. Nextbridge. Looking much better now. Fidelity told me they could delete or zero them out a while back because they are worthless. I think what you have, see, now you're scaring me. Now you're scaring me. What you have at Fidelity is worthless. It's very likely that Fidelity distributed all the shares they could, or nearly all the shares they could. And what's left is just MMTLP that's been renamed Fidelity. And it's not worth anything. And I don't think Fidelity's going to take a hit telling you that your shares are worth $15. Let me just multiply that out. 68,348 times 15. I don't think they're going to just put $1 million in your account. I just don't see it. But maybe there's a federal bailout, or maybe they decide that they don't want to go to jail, or maybe they raise a bunch of money. But if you have in your account at Fidelity a statement that says Bridge Hydrocarbons, you don't have Bridge Hydrocarbons. You have the MMTLP chip. They just changed the name. They were hoping that they could, and they're trying to do it. They were hoping in Double D, they were trying to get Bridge Hydrocarbon to trade. Then they could play the games where it's basically fractional reserve banking, it's fractional reserve securities. They could say, well, your stock's worth that much. And when you sell it, they give you cash, and they might have to eat an error one off every now and then. But in the meantime, the criminals are hot trading it and pushing it down, sometimes adding up, making money using the computer trading and algorithms. And they slowly but surely offset it over time. But Greg's smart. He's keeping it not trading. He's keeping it away from the DTC. So you actually believe that if Greg raises $600 million and Nextbridge is worth $15 a share, that the 1 or 2 billion extra shares the street sold that doesn't exist, they're going to price them at $15 for your account? Do you think the street's going to put $30 billion into people's accounts? I just don't see it. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. And unfortunately, I think Drew Diligence, he says he doesn't give advice. He did give advice. He was adamant. And he froze a lot of people. And, I think he did it intentionally. The consequences are horrifying. But hey, mercenaries don't have guilt. They just take the check. And I think what the bad guys' lawyers are going to say is, Your Honor, Mr. Adelap, my client, Fidelity, let's say, my client stood ready to give Mr. Adelap his shares of NextBridge. We stood ready for almost 4 years. But here's the FINRA instructions from their website 1 month after this that said it's the responsibility of the shareholder. That's not what Double D told you, but it's the responsibility of the shareholder to initiate the transfer. Due diligence didn't tell you that. And he claims to be smart. So what do you think that means that he did? So FINRA made it clear, Your Honor, that Mr. Adelap had to initiate the transfer. We stood ready for over 3 years, but Your Honor, we had to close our books. So we argue that Mr. Adelap forfeited his rights because he never exercised them. And therefore, we are going to zero out all of these because they are no longer exchangeable for shares. I think that's what they'll do. Wall Street owed you 2 things. Probably trading. But the only other thing they owed you was an exchange into NextBridge shares. And you didn't do it. You didn't do it. They're going to say the onus was on you to do it. You didn't do it. And Your Honor, time is up. I don't know if that'll work, but you didn't do it. Due diligence told you that the company was going to do it. The Wall Street owed you something. Mike Kraken. Thoughts on PepsiCo outlook, July earnings, or any beverage company? Heard they are looking for younger stuntmen for Quaker Oats commercial. I really don't have any comment. I don't know who you are. I think all of these colas that use high fructose corn syrup eventually could be in trouble for that. I also think it's a lot of sugar. It's been a long time since I've had any of that. I try to drink water, but every now and then it's kind of nice, isn't it, to have a Pepsi? No, I have no comments on the outlooks. The Dell app, no, I transfer them. Yay, 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 yay. When? Did you get it done? Not recently from Fidelity. Good for you. To Equinity, that's the name, Equinity. Adele app, I'm saying Fidelity sucks. That could be. That could be. William's neighbor, come upstairs quick. There's a big load where this package came from. William's neighbor, I'll show you what a true Railtown looks like. William's neighbor, choo choo. All right, that guy is banned. Mike Kraken. Thank you, William. You're the man. Maybe. I can't add any value to Pepsi. I'm sure there's a lot of commentary out there. I can't add any value. I do think those stocks, the Coca-Colas and the Pepsis, if we have a blow off top in the market and then a massive correction, I think that correction will be reinflated. The market will be reinflated by governments and the Fed. And people will continue to drink Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola. So I think we used to call that those stocks either consumer staples, I think, and we used to call them defensive stocks, depending on how you viewed who you included where. But that's a good place to go with your money afterward. Probably. Guys, it's 7:18. I've got things to do tonight. I don't know what else really to talk about. Let me check one more time to see if the filing came through. No. So I agree with Delap and others. I think this next bridge filing is very exciting. And I wish I had as many shares as I bet Delap paid, maybe 1.5 times the money I spent on my 4,000 shares. But anyway, I think it's going to be great. Delap, William, sure are a lot of shills in your life. Yeah, that may be a sign of something, guys and girls. Maybe a sign of something. Ricky, I've tried to get my RT transferred over to Schwab account from Fidelity. The lady I spoke at Schwab said they could not now till get in a different index, then call back. Well, some brokerage firms won't trade Railtown like the Weebles of the world, the Robin Hoods, because it's over the counter. Some brokerage firms up in Canada, I don't know which ones, but they have restrictions on the CSE stocks. So they may be talking about if Railtown ever gets on the Toronto or maybe goes up to the New York. Maybe that's what they're talking about. I don't know. You don't need to transfer. I think Railtown is going to solve its own problem in terms of price. Do I have to repeat it? There's news there's information that's material that's non-public. That means that nobody can talk, research can't come out, nobody can recommend. All the institutions that own the stock or want to own the stock that know about the stock can't buy it. And that's a problem. And then most institutions can't buy stocks under $1, under $2, under $3, under $4, under $5. Some can't buy it under $10. So that's a problem. And revenues haven't really started that we know of because, frankly, in my opinion, TELUS hasn't pulled the switch. But there might be other things going on. So revenue doesn't show up. That's a problem. These are all reasons why the stock really doesn't have an overwhelming amount of buying, and also why brokerage firms are uninterested in it. In the face of that, you got day traders trying to make $500 a day, $1,000 a day, or bigger computers trying to make $10,000 a day, or just make $200 a day all month. Is it more complicated than that? No, it's not. So it will change. And the thing about Railtown, I don't think it's going to be gradual. The price movement might be gradual in the first weeks, first months, as the story slowly gets out. A lot of those stocks is career risk. If the Merrill Lynch high-tech AI technology, extra leverage plus fund started dipping down there, the chick could get fired. Let's say she bought GDC because, hey, she heard it was going to go up and it's got an offer and it went to 8, and then she has to double down. She's going to lose her job. And so she just stays out. I'm not going to spend my time down there. It's too risky. But slowly, so the stock might get through that slowly, and then it gets to a price where everybody can look at it. She's going to come in to be part of the crowd, because the crowd doesn't get fired. The outliers get fired. And all these issues you bring up are going to go away. And so the opportunity is to take advantage of the inefficiency, to disintermediate to take advantage of the arbitrage between what I've just described and therefore the miserable price in the stock versus what it's going to be when the story is fully known, fully flushed out, and revenues are pouring and research reports are raining and buyers are buying, and a bunch of people are saying, that William is an asshole, but I could have made some money. I bought 20,000 shares of GDC. I sold half of my Railtown to get into GDC, and because it was worth $20 a share, and they put the press release out, and they were doing a treasury of the Bitcoin, and it was a slam dunk. But then it went down to $3. I bought some more. And boy, I thought I was right. It was going to 8. It was 8. It was 8 something. And then in a day, it went down to $1.40. And I doubled up because I really believe that deal. They got a deal. It must be worth something. It can't be any chicanery to try to cause a stock bull rally. It can't be that. It's got to be real. But I did it. I didn't buy any more Railtown. And boy, humdinger. I left $2.5 million on the table so far. And by the time it ran, I left $7.5 million on the table. But I'm rich already. It makes a good story. We've been so traumatized and so victimized and so misled by charlatans like Drew Diligence. In my judgment, he's a charlatan, and others, that the pain's right there, and we can't take like we should be able to take, like a professional investor who's done their homework would. But it's difficult. You saw the movie The Big Short. It's difficult for them. And timing is not the easiest thing in the world to get done properly. I don't know. I don't know what to say because it we just examine everything to death. And I keep doing it because I know that look, there's no way most of you would still have your position in Railtown if you didn't all band together and support each other. And that's what I think you're doing. And you deserve a huge credit for it. We're almost to 21 million shares. And it's because each of you spend the time each day listening to each other. I know it's reading more than listening, or I read it so you can hear it that way. But because we've come together, and I think fortuitously, we're in a tremendous industry, tremendous trend, tremendous transformation, but we also happen to be in a stock that's in the hottest part of this market right now. And so I think we're blessed. And I try to hang in there because I know these people who act in a very evil way are going to shake you out. And they do it all different ways, but the message is basically the same. Lots of times I overreact. Other times I'm surprised I don't overreact, but it's number one, it's boring. Number two, it doesn't affect what's going on at Railtown. Just get on board, snap in your seatbelt, read the magazine, turn on a movie, have a couple drinks, read a book, chat to your neighbor next door, and just hold on. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Delip, hey, William, just a question. Let's say I found an extra $1 million laying around and I want to buy Railtown with it. Do I put out a market order or a limit order? Limit. The quick answer is limit. And the second part of the answer is I think it's going to get harder and harder to buy a lot of stock. So what I would do is, I don't know how many accounts you have, but I only have one. Well, I guess I have two, but I have one main one. I might try to break it up into as many accounts as I had. But I think what I would do is watch the ask. And when are you putting $1 million or 1 million shares? Oh my God. So you are going to try to buy 2.5 million, 3 million shares. Well, like that guy that puts out 52,500 on the ask from all the time. Watch his ask, have your order ready, and when you see his ask is 52.5 at a certain price, put it in at that price for 52.5. He's not going to sell his 52.5. Somebody he'll give you some other shares, counterfeit, or maybe a little bit cheaper, but they have to fill that order. That order has to be filled. So that's what I would do. You've got to, and I would do it over many days probably, unless you just want to own it. But if you put $1 million to work now, if you put $1 million to work in January or in December or even in February or March, I think you could do it all in 3 hours. But I think now my feeling is, my suspicion is, you would run up the price dramatically. And then it would probably come back down once you're done. But the dilemma would be, if you don't do it quickly, something could happen that makes the stock go up anyway. So there's no perfect way to do it, but that would be how I would do it. I would buy it on the ask when it's a big ask, and I would match my order to the size of the ask and put it in quickly. And then if there's no more big asks, maybe you just wait. Or maybe you. The problem is, Adela, what's going to happen if you put in a big order at the ask and they fill part of it, but your order's bigger than that? You're going to become the bid. And the ask is going to go up. And they're probably not going to come give it to you. They're going to wait. The way the sell side computers are set up, they want you to chase it, and then they'll sell back down, making money on the way back down. But yeah, I think it's going to be harder and harder to build large positions. And this is what I've been saying forever. But that would be how I would do it. Unless the earnings report, the conference call on Friday, brings up something specific, or unless that call by, I'm talking about TELUS, brings up a hint about turning on the data center, I think, Adela, that it's possible that the data center will not be turned on until July, because that's when the new CEO takes over. It's possible. So you might be able to spread that order out over the next few weeks. From my position right now, without some big dramatic awareness event, I think you could get 3 million shares of Railtown bought under 42 cents, 44 cents over time. But you're going to drive it up. That's my opinion. I think the selling is just not there the way it used to be. But it is there sometimes. So if you watch it, again, that's how I would do it. I would put whatever, I would watch the ask, and it looks like right now in the morning, they don't hit it anymore. They hit it later in the day, sometimes when I come live. And anyway, my bottom line, do not put in a market order. That's insane. It's insane. You can also put orders in at the open. You can pick a level at the open. Like, for example, you can put it in at the ask at the open, or even in the middle at the open. The problem is the way they're set up now, they don't owe you a trade in the middle. They owe you a trade on the ask. If you submit an order at the ask, they owe you that trade. They don't want to give it to you at the ask. They don't want the print there. So they usually give it to you below. But today, I tried to buy, I told you I bought, 545 shares at the ask, and they executed it at the ask. So I think things are slowly changing. I have this dilemma myself, and unfortunately, it looks like Well, number one, it looks like I may never get an opportunity, but if I do have a small opportunity, you know, I may be facing, do I pay 40, 50, 60 cents? I may be facing, do I pay $1? And if, you know, you have to think it through for yourself. But I think if you put that kind of money to work, you might get away with it. Because certainly if you had done it over the last 3 or 4 months, you would have gotten away with it. But it might change. And so you have to think like a professional investor and recognize that you may move the market. So pick a number in your head. You don't have the advantage of being able to call a trading desk or a floor broker like we used to. They don't exist anymore. So you have to try to deal with what's there, these computers. I mean, one strategy, if you really want to get in, is put a limit above the market, but it'll go up there. And if you're the only one doing it, they'll bring it back down, and then you're going to feel naked for a while. But I think the stock's cheap at $1. I think it's cheap at $2. I think it's cheap at $3. So I think it's a gift to be buying it down here. Will Underdown's going to wait until the cows come home, and HD Miko's going to trade other things. And there's other people out there. Those are the only ones I remember, but there's other people that ask me from time to time. And everybody's going to start buying when it crosses $1. It's just human nature. It's hard to buy when it's down. But anyway, that's what I would do. I would use the limit for sure. No. I don't put share amount, just $1 million amount. No. You do it by shares. You don't put the $1 million. You do it by shares. It's you're going to have to work at it. You're going to have a calculator. You're going to have your orders pre-written, and then you're going to have to keep calculating, or just don't worry about an exact amount. If the money's already in the account, you don't have to do any calculating. I can't show you right now because the stock's not trading. But this morning, the ask was 2,500 shares. When I came live and during it, I'm not saying it had anything to do with me, the ask was 52.5. I mean, the other thing you could do, and it might be worth it, you could call into the company and ask if there's any offerings that they are contemplating in the near term. I don't think there are any, but they might take your $1 million. The reason I don't think they are is I sent an email to Corey or somebody saying I would buy. I think it was to Corey, saying I would raise money on that BlackBerry deal. They didn't raise it. What I hear from you and from other people is if this stock ever starts moving, there's going to be a lot of fear of missing out buying coming in. And you know what? This time it'll be right. It will be the correct fear to have. For market order, just want to know the best way to buy large amounts of shares at one time. I think there's two ways. I gave you the one. The other is just drive the price up. Just go in with I want to own this stock, and I hope I get a good price. But if I get a higher price, it's fine with me. And in your head, have a limit for that. So go in with, if you're spending $1 million, good Lord, you're going to change the whole price deck yourself, if I'm right. But on the other hand, those guys will know after $1 million, they can sell it back down. But 1 million shares, you're going to be lucky if you got 2.5 million shares. Lucky. What you have to understand, Adela, is those computers they use. These guys are not geniuses. They're all like these shills, dumber than a load of bricks. But the computers will recognize your order, and they will change the parameters very quickly. So I wouldn't put that whole order in all at once. But so it's 2.5 million shares, and if you want to get it all done in a day, that's difficult. But if you say I'm going to take 5 days to do this, you got to buy 500,000 shares a day. The volume's not there anymore. But it could come back in. Or what you do is assume that it's going to take. Look, I think the timing point that is going to be very clarifying is this earnings call on Friday. If he says anything about that data center ramping up, you don't have much time. You might have 2 weeks, you might have 3 weeks, but not much more. If he doesn't say anything, well, I would argue you have at least 2 weeks if he doesn't say very much. You have at least 2 weeks. But you might have until July. For the reason I said. Maybe the new guy wants to get credit for it. I don't know. But what I would do, mainly, Adela, is I would accept that you should have done this before. I would accept that you are likely to move the market if you do it all at once. So that's your choice. Do it all at once, move the market, and then it comes back down. You go, oh, maybe I could have done better on my price. That's one way. Or do it as I suggest, spread it out, and just go in at the ask for the large orders. Or if it's 10,000, go in at 10,000 and see what happens. And wait. And that's where you might need other brokerage accounts, other firms, because the computers will notice if it's all coming from one place. On the other hand, if you start buying at 3 different firms, the computers will notice that as well. You're in a bit of a pickle because we might be at an inflection point. That's how I read it. And it doesn't surprise me, because if I'm able to buy more, of course it's going to go up. We've had our chances to buy, so we can't complain. And that's how I'd look at it. You're not going to get 500,000 off a day without moving the stock. A lot, I think. You can do it in waves. You could buy 250,000 and then step away for 3 days, and they'll bring it back down if there's no event. But you have the potential of lighting the fire. You do. And, but partly that's because I sense the trading's different. On the other hand, if the counterfeiters want to keep it down and there's no release of material information, do it the way I said. Just get the ask whenever it's big. Then step away, do it again. And you might get, but yeah, I think single-handedly you'll drive it to 44 cents easily. It's lucky if it stops there. So another way to look at it, you've got $1 million and you just plan on, your goal is to buy 1 million shares at $1. And anything you do below that is a bonus. You look at it that way. I don't know when you're going to do it, but I mean, you have my email. You can email me, and we can watch it live. But it's really, there's not a lot of volume anymore. The other thing you can do, Delap, is buy it in Canada. And Canada today, well, it doesn't have that much volume. 124,000. So you have my email, farrandbalanced@gmail. Let me write it for you. Just email me and I'll try to think about it. But definitely not market order. Definitely not. But in the end of the day, it's probably not going to matter. You're not going to get, I don't think you're going to get 2.5 million shares. But you might. You never know. Just email me and we can talk about it and watch it. If Friday is not a lifting of the veil, so to speak, you got time. You got time. So I would steel yourself that your average price is gonna be a lot higher than where it is now. And if somehow you're able to get it at a reasonable price, be happy. But otherwise you're gonna pay more. That's all right. Look, it pisses me off because I'm not gonna, if you do it, I'm not gonna have a chance to get low prices myself. But this isn't about me. Look, $1's cheap when it's 15. So anyway, I give you email. Let's talk about it off the channel because, or do I make a bunch of buy orders? My opinion is you just, like I said, when there's there's 25,000 for sale, go in at that price. If you go in between, they may or may not give it to you. If you go in over, like let's say there's 52,000 for sale, 52.5 for sale at the ask, and you go in for 300,000, the market may not move, but I think you'll become the bid, and the ask moves because they don't owe you anything more than the 52.5. Don't think that they're there working your order. Nobody's working your order. They just owe you if you put the offer in at the ask. Sorry, if you put your bid in at the offer, which is the ask. If your bid matches you got to trade. But they do it with computers. So if nanoseconds somebody's ahead of you, you might not. But yeah, I would say you have to just do many orders. And you might have to do it over many days. And I think you should start out, I'm going to buy. I wouldn't start out on the open with a big order. I'd maybe a small one. The open's always good because they owe you the opening price if the volume's there. But you don't know what the volume's going to be at the open. So you can get a little done at the open. But I would start whenever you want to start, maybe 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30. That's it. And see how much you get in day one. And then day two, do it again. See how much you get. The computers will start to figure it out. So if you want to just stop and let it drift back down, it will probably, unless there has been an unveiling of material information, or unless they flip the switch at TELUS, or unless, we're getting very close to the point that something is going to light the fire. It could be you. But you have to treat it like you've got a block trade and you're working the order. And you have to work the order probably, maybe for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And I wouldn't try to run up the price, because if you run up the price, you're not going to get the stock you want. But on the other hand, if you feel the constraint of time, then you just say, fuck it. I'm sorry for my language, Steve. Sorry. You say, darn it, I'm just going to go get my stock. But that's a lot of stock. So I think you have to work that order. And the best way to do it is to divide it. Here's the problem. We don't know what's going to happen Friday. But let's see if we get through Friday and there isn't some big turning on the switch on Monday, some big dramatic thing going on at TELUS. I think you might have, that'll be the 11th. I think you might have all of May. You might have all of May, or you at least have 2 weeks. So then you say to yourself, you know what? I'm going to try to do this over 10 days. But if it starts moving, you might say, I'll do it over 20 days. That's how you got to think. You're not going to get it all done in one day. But you be opportunistic if there's a lot of volume in a day, or someone, they drive it down and hit someone's stop limit order. Well, maybe go in there. But you're going to have to watch. And you do break it up. Ricky Brogan. I'm buying more RT very soon. Hopefully, I was saying Fidelity has gone downhill. Well, I think they're in trouble. But I don't know that for a fact. Adelip, okay, William, got it. Thank you. Shut the hell up. You're like that other guy that told me to be quiet. I would hit that 52.5 maybe 2 times a day so they don't run it up on you, Adelip. That's just my opinion. Adelip, thank you, Ricky. You're welcome, Adelip. T. Alex. Okay. All I know to say, Adelip, I'm sure glad I got my 545 shares in before you do anything. All right, 3 minutes to go to the close. I wish peace to each of you, and I pray each of you pray for peace. And hang in there. You've put up with me all this time. So hold on for your reward. Hold on for your reward. I'm here. I want all of you to make money, and I'm proud and happy for each of you. So I hope you have a good night. I likely will come on tomorrow. Yeah, I will in the afternoon, and we'll take it from there. Cheers.